As you will note, I have on my trusty Nike running shoes. I hear they're supposed to make me be speedy and youthful. So we're going to see how that happens. It doesn't make me strong, so you see my colleagues here are putting down the chair, so they're going to lift those. But we have a fun-filled day for you. We will be starting out this morning with a 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock session where we will be discussing the unique climate experience. So these will be climate change stories from the youth of the Bahamas. And of course, as one of the 39 island states in the world, small island states, who have climate change as the forefront of their concerns, as their priorities to deal with, we want to hear about what is already happening with this generation. What are the stories that are shaping and galvanizing their views as to what climate change is and what are their concerns for their future development? After we conclude that, we have a very special treat. Yesterday it was Miss Bahamas Universe. And each time you come forward, you gotta go up, you can't go back down. So our next interaction at 10 o'clock will be the Honorable Prime Minister Philip Edward Davis. And any of you who understands or knows the Prime Minister, you will have that understanding that he is all about the youth. He believes that it is his God-given right to empower the next generation of Bahamians because you are the people for whom he must give an account to and to whom he will turn over the legacy for everything that is done now. So we're looking to, we're gonna grill him a bit. We got some questions for him, and guess what? He has some questions for y'all. He will be looking for a slew of student advisors that he will nominate. And then we'll be looking to identify some up-and-coming Bahamians who we will seek to groom and put in a position to take the mantle to the next level. And like I said at the very beginning, it's all about the preparation. We have to prepare you. We have to help you get to the next level. That's what each generation is supposed to do. But you also have to show an interest and a desire to do that. So we're not pouring into empty vessels, or rather, we're not pouring into vessels that have holes in it, so the more water you pour in it, the more it leaks out. We're looking for a whole and complete vessel so we can fill up, and so that can be a very productive experience. After the Prime Minister's session, then we will go on to our session number 4, which is combating the crisis, and we will have conversations with green constructions and technologies. And I think some of you know already a very interesting person who will be here to interact in that part of a kind of tall person, you know? Like play with balls all the time. Anyway, I can leave that with you. Then we will move on to systems monitoring through simulations and measurements. So we want these things to be interactive. We want these things to be visually captivating. We don't want to just be talking and talking. And we will, in our interaction with the Prime Minister, we will have a spin the wheel sort of setup, you know, like Vanna White on Jeopardy, you know. I'll go get my ball gown on and, you know, fix up my hair a little bit, spin the wheel. Okay, all right, I'll lean on my run. Okay, that's okay. All right, so today we will start off with our first, in our first panel discussion. We'll ask our panelists to start making their way onto the stage, and I'll yield the mic to the moderator, one of our climate ambassadors. Good morning.
Alrighty, good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? So we would have had a very dynamic first day. Thank you again so much for coming out to the second day. So this morning we're going to have a very casual conversation about the reality of climate change for young people in the Bahamas particularly. So we have with us the current Youth Climate and Environmental Committee, representing various jurisdictions as we would have outlined yesterday. So it's going to be a very casual conversation, and we're going to definitely open the floor to any questions or commentary you may have. We will aim to also address a few of the challenges that arose from the various breakout sessions yesterday. Any commentary, questions, or concerns that you have are also accepted and welcomed. So we will be getting started. Thank you so much.
So which one of y'all want to go first?
I guess we could start off. Does anyone have any pressing questions from yesterday? You went home, you thought about it, you reflected on the conference. No? No pressing questions? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I think we should first start with a general recap of yesterday's proceedings, in particular the policy drafting session we weren't able to have due to time constraints. Some of you might have, I think, gone into the 3D and the 3D printing and sustainability breakout session. We weren't able to have that particular breakout session. So we want to gather perspectives from the audience, in particular the youth, so we can contribute to that policy drafting session document. So we're inviting questions, ideas, suggestions.
Yeah, there should be. And just as a reminder for that 3D session, that was talking about hydroponic towers and how that could advance our agricultural sector on a more sustainability scale. So, we're inviting y'all to have any questions or just general opinions on it, because like Stefan had just mentioned, we didn't really get to that policy section. We want to hear your thoughts, I had asked a few people, I believe, yesterday, what is a good way to implement it into our communities, and they had given some good insights. So I want to hear from anyone in the audience right now. What is your opinions on 3D technology and how it could be implemented for good use in our communities?
So there's a mic at the base behind you.
Okay, my question was, how can 3D printing be beneficial when it comes to agriculture in the Bahamas?
Okay, so great question. Thank you so much. So in the breakout session that we had with Mr. Christopher Hasty and Mr. Alan Chisholm, they would have outlined one of the various uses in which they've began to revolutionize 3D printing into agriculture. So he actually brought with him a 3D vertical hydroponics tower in which he had, I believe it was sweet pepper growing. And I think that one hosted about, that was maybe 25 to 100, give or take.
Yeah.
And how he essentially had it set up, it was definitely printed from recyclable material. And he would have had it basically provided efficiency in terms of space as well as the amount that you could produce in that specific amount of time. And a lot of individuals tend to have the saying that they're not as green-fingered as most, and they tend to run through the process of killing plants for various reasons. The tower itself was as self-sufficient as possible. The one that he brought yesterday also had a solar panel attached to it. So it also cuts out the challenge that we tend to have, especially in areas in which they don't have big yards. It provides the space allocation for individuals to grow a larger amount of crops in a shorter, a rather secluded space available. So that's one of the major reasons, or one of the major opportunities in which you can use 3D printing, and it's not limited to just that option. It gives you the perspective to be able to essentially revitalize any challenge that you see. So you could 3D print, let's say, spades or attachments for hoses or sprinklers. So it gives you a more efficient way to not only cut down the amount of plastic waste that we produce, but repurposing what is already in circulation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My idea that I had to implement the 3D printing with the vertical hydroponics tower in a community is, since it's small and easy to use and you can use it by itself, it would be good for like the elderly people to just have it in their homes, and they can just like get the fruits or whatever they planted whenever it's finished blooming, and they wouldn't have to lift a finger, and it would have something to sustain them. So that was basically just my idea on the matter.
Yeah, that is correct. That particular hydroponic model that Mr. Heasty would have shared with you guys is entirely self-sufficient. It waters itself, it powers itself, so and it is run by a timer, so you don't even have to worry about when do I need to water my plants, or it's completely self-sufficient. So we do need more of that, especially in the Bahamas.
My question was if 3D printing can help in areas like carpentry and architecture.
I'll take this one. Yeah. So we had an interesting discussion yesterday where, when we think of 3D printing, when I think of 3D printing, I think of, making like 3D models or stuff like that. But actually, there are many different types of 3D printers, and the specific 3D printers that are designed to actually make buildings. In fact, I believe there are projects in both the United States and certain other places as well. I have to look at those again. But there are projects to make entire neighborhoods out of just 3D printed material. The way that this can transform our architecture really is that it can provide affordable housing to those who need housing, or just people who need housing in general. And it can also reuse natural materials. Sorry. I'm gonna struggle my saliva. But yeah, it can provide affordable housing for people who need it, and using it out of those natural made materials, especially out of plastic.
Good morning. My question is, he mentioned something about 3D printed coral reefs. I was wondering what and how long it would take for coral reefs to be implemented in the Bahamas, 3D printed coral reefs, because as you know, our coral reefs are bleached and they are dying. So how long would it take, and what would the process look like of implementing them in our waters?
Thank you so much for that question. That's a very interesting one that you asked. So it is definitely known that we are in a serious battle right now in terms of preserving our coral reefs. Apart from the adverse effects of climate change, sea level rise, and oceanic temperature rise, we also have to deal with stony coral tissue loss. So we've been fighting a very unfortunate battle for a while now. And your comment with reference to 3D printing coral reefs, it does provide an option. It is a form of artificial reefs, and it's not something that's uncommon to the Bahamas because we have that set up in Clifton Heritage Park. So it's definitely something that could add capacity to a few of the adaptation and mitigation options that we have available. Now, to answer the second part of your question, coral reefs do take a relatively long time to regenerate. They're quick to kill, but hard to restore, if I could put it in that context. So in 3D printing coral reefs, especially in areas where the coastline is very impacted, for example, and mangroves, seagrass beds immediately fall in that residual zone, by bolstering that shoreline, it offers capacity while we continue to regenerate and restore as possible, because you also have to keep in mind that we can have as many coral nurseries as possible, but if the environment for them is still catastrophic, we'll be growing them to put them right back in the slaughterhouse, for lack of a better word. So the 3D printing does provide an opportunity for us to grow the coral reefs in a safe environment, and try to cultivate the ecosystem as best as we can, so when we do plant them again, we're not sending them out there to die.
Just to add to my colleagues' statements, you guys who would have been with us yesterday would have been exposed, if you haven't heard of it previously, to the 1.5 degree goal to stay alive. Now, according to the IPCC, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, if we don't keep that goal alive and achieve that 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, 80% of our coral reefs will actually be destroyed. 80%. Now, just let that sink in. And as you know, coral reefs are habitat, like my colleague has shared, for a lot of our marine life, right? Such as our Nassau grouper, our red snapper, all these things that we love so much. So it's important that we find ways to, well, via 3D printing, to keep our coral reefs intact. But again, we need to ensure that our environment is sustainable for those coral reefs to survive.
Okay, so that was basically my question, but I was gonna ask if any 3D printed coral reefs have been implemented in the Bahamas, and if they haven't, how do we go about implementing them?
Okay, great question, by the way. To my knowledge, there are no 3D printed coral reefs. However, there are coral reef nurseries throughout the Bahamas, specifically Coral Vita in Grand Bahama. I'm not sure if they have ventured into looking into 3D printing for their coral restoration efforts, but I do think if afforded the opportunity, they would look into it if it will help the adaptability of the reefs.
Good morning. My question was, since filament is made of certain plastics, would it be eco-friendly to recycle used plastics across the country to make filament for 3D printing?
Can you say that one more time, please?
Okay. So since many 3D printed materials are made of plastics, filament, would it be eco-friendly to recycle those plastics to make more filament over and over again?
You're exactly right. Yes, it would be very effective to do that. The thing about it is, and this is just an opinion of mine, I feel as though there needs to be an initiative to do it. And I feel like that is a main problem that we have across the islands, because when you look at plastic, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like all of us here, when we look at plastic, and if we had to do the same old, okay, you gotta put this specific thing here, you gotta put this specific thing in this bin, it is much more complicated than just to say, just throw it in the bin, man. The problem with that is, again, there's no initiative to say, okay, let's sort out the trash. But if you create an initiative, there's, I believe there's a project in Germany where they encouraged, the recycling of bottles. If you return back your bottles that you've bought from the store, they give you a stipend. They give you a stipend of funds, right? That is an initiative for people to say, hey, let me bring back this bottle because I know not only is it going to be recycled, but also I'm getting funds out of it, right? That doesn't have to be the only initiative. You could have community values, like just making sure the neighborhood is clean, and then that can also be turned into that filament. That could be donated, turned into filament. So it's all about creating an initiative to start up those projects. Like I said, it's very eco-friendly to collect all plastics, turn it into filament, and then we could use that filament for other projects. But it's just initiative. Got to create the initiative.
Good day. My question is, how practical do you think 3D printing is for the average Bahamian in terms of ease of access and use?
So this is interesting because I did ask, I believe it was, I think it was Alden. You know, I asked them about their personal experiences on when they had started out 3D printing. What was their, I specifically mentioned price range because I know that's all we was thinking, how much this is to be printing this, and that. I believe it was Alden. He mentioned that his first 3D printer that he built by himself, by the way, buying all the parts for it, $270. Now, to me, because I'm cheap, that still sounds like a lot of money, but at the same time, putting it into perspective, when you think about it and you compare it to I know we have a few students in here. Are any of you, do any of you own PCs or towers or anything like that? I see one person here. If you're an avid person who loves technology and loves to buy new technology, you know that's not a bad price. $270, especially if you're just buying the parts and then making it yourself, that's not bad. I would say it's not completely out of the range for the simple person to do. It's just the motivation to get started and doing it. Because then you realize, oh, well, the filament is just made out of plastic, so I could technically just collect plastic and make the filament myself. Then you can save more money on that. And, you know, so I believe it is very simple to get into it. It's just having the motivation to get into it.
Yeah, and for the most part, I would think that the trials to actually get the right material printed, the right whatever you plan to print, if it takes a lot of time, because you would need to do practices before to make sure you get the correct product in the end. And I'm pretty sure many of you spend more than $270 on your cell phones. So I think the price, it's worth it for what you'll get in the end.
One, two. Alrighty, cool. So while I do agree with both of your perspectives in terms of the question that was asked, it's definitely a great question. I'm also looking at it from the perspective of, what word I could use so they can get me in trouble? The traditional Bahamian. Because the reason I say that like that is because I know on a day-to-day basis, most people in this country, especially post-COVID, post everything that's happened in the last 3 or 4 years, they're still in a consistent state of recovery. So we've had Dorian, we've had COVID, and though you haven't, even if you weren't necessarily on Abaco or Grand Bahama during the time, the residual effects still trickled down the chain. So the reason I make mention of this is because in 2023, a lot of Bahamians are still trying to gather a semblance of day-to-day survival. So though it is definitely, especially on the outer islands, we, again, and I know I don't think I could get in trouble for saying this, but we do have a NASA-centric culture in this country. Everything tends to kind of pool in the capital and it trickles down as seen fits. And the problem that comes with that is, though it's an initiative that may not be so challenging for individuals in the capital, the capacity and the benefit that it may have further down the country cannot necessarily be recognized if the capacity is not there. Because you can go into certain communities and say, oh, well, you know, we could just set up this 3D printer. It's on average about, let's say, $300 to get established. And they're looking at you like, we trying to make sure we have enough irrigation systems for our crops. You want us to, I know Christopher made mention of them 3D printing food, but these things go with sense. We can't do it like that. So the reason I say that is because it's a beautiful initiative, and in the long term, it would be beneficial. But you can't go into certain settlements and be like, hey, if you could allocate, like as a community, $300 to get this printer, we could deal with plastics, and they're looking at you like, I need since Monday. So it's definitely, form fits function in this case.
And I just wanted to add to that in terms of the practicality of 3D printing. Now, we all know we need more education surrounding 3D printing firstly, right? A lot of people still don't know what it is, how it works, how do I do it, how do I get the filament to even print these things. So there's a lot of public education that is needed before we even try to implement that in a country like the Bahamas, where there are many gaps in other sectors. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, I had 2 questions. One was similar to Judah on, where I was asking if 3D printing don't give off a chemical that would potentially harm the environment. And the second question is, what are things that we as humans can do to reduce the damaging of coral reefs?
Okay, so your first question with reference to 3D printing. So from what I was able to gather, one of the main associations of waste tends to be, let's say if you print something and it doesn't necessarily print to your preference, then you'd have to recycle that filament again and have it basically run through the process. That's one of the major waste byproducts that I know of. Let me preface this by saying that I know of majorly. And then it depends also on the type of 3D printer, because I think Christopher had mentioned at some point, because we actually did have a more so an event with him throughout the earlier portion of the year where we brought students to the BIC complex, and he would have made mention of, I believe, there would being a slight issue with resin waste depending on the type of printer being used. You'd have to kind of cut down the excess pieces on whatever it is you printed, but then again, that could be recycled into the process. The only thing that, apart from residual waste from that cutting process, that is used in moderation is pretty much energy. So in terms of a harmful byproduct waste, such as carbon, methane, things of that nature, there isn't a real association, but again, as we as people tend to become, we become efficient, but we don't necessarily always do it with effectiveness in mind. So nothing is without consequence. I'll say it like that, because if individuals do broaden it, because things become a trend and it is becoming more popular, so that 300 price may actually, be going up shortly, because there is a consistent term in the community known as greenwashing, and individuals may tokenize it. That unfortunately tends to be what happens a lot in this space. So to answer your question, your first question as concisely as possible, that is majorly at present the main commitments that we're familiar with. The possibility of having to cut off excess waste and the energy demand for it, because the bigger the printer, the more the energy required. The bigger the piece, the more hours, the more energy being used. So that's predominantly it. Can you repeat your second question? You had made mention about coral reefs and I think how to preserve them.
Yes. What are things we as humans can do to reduce the damage of coral reefs?
I was just about to say I was going to send that to Miss Sustainability 1 and 2.
Okay, so there are a lot of things that you can do to prevent the damage of coral waste, coral reefs. Firstly, you can do your part in recycling, and I know that sounds like really big, but just having like a water bottle, I know it sounds very, very cliche, but if you have a water bottle, think about how much plastic bottles you're not using and how much plastic bottles are not ending up in the ocean. So that's my first tip. And I prefer the insulated ones. I ain't bougie or nothing, but those ones, they keep the ice cold for the whole day. Like, I ain't even joking, y'all. Like, for real, get a water bottle. The second thing you could do is definitely join the eco clubs. Shout out to the environmental club at the University of the Bahamas, you know. We do a lot of beach cleanups and stuff like that, and I'm sure that your eco clubs may do the same. And then you have, if you live in Nassau, we have NGOs like Reef and BNT that do like beach cleanups every so often. So stay connected to that. And the third thing I would say is get informed and get more educated about the impacts that are affecting coral reefs, and do your part in spreading that on social media. So whatever that looks like, I don't know, sharing an eco project, learning about sunscreens that damage the coral reef. Yeah, sunscreens can damage the coral reef. And learn about practices like bleaching that fishers do that are impacting the coral reef. So that's my 3 cents.
I got 2 things. Okay, one is how stable is the material used for 3D printed products when it comes to building corals or even architecture?
I'll take that one. When it comes to coral reefs and how you're essentially asking how resilient it is to its environment, right? So I asked a question about how long, when these coral reefs are put into the ocean, what is the lifespan, right? Because because he described it as we turn it into essentially like a concrete-like material. So we know that concrete eventually does have a lifespan. It does begin to crack and begin to, and it needs maintenance. So I asked, okay, what is the lifespan of it? lifespan of 3D printed coral reefs on average is probably 35 years, which when you put into long scale, it doesn't sound like much. However, you have to take into account that when these coral reefs are put into the ocean, guess what's building off of them? Natural elements. So you have actual coral reef polyps that may land on these artificial coral reefs, and then it will start to build off of it. And so after a while, that 35-year lifespan starts to expand and elongate, essentially, and become more resilient as time goes on. So essentially, to answer your question, 3D printed reefs on its own, 35 years, but after a while, that it essentially becomes a natural reef and becomes more resilient over time.
Thank you for asking my question, but to piggyback what Judah said, since you answered my question, but I think rather than, he said, like, is it effective to put that 3D printer back into the environment? And what I think is, rather than using new and adding more plastic, it is effective since that product, like you said, is stable and resilient enough. And it's more stronger than the organic structure itself. So thank you.
Good morning. My question is, y'all talked about 3D printed food. Is it safe to consume so much 3D printed food?
Boy. Thank you so much for the question, because when I've heard about it over the last few years, and I just was like, okay. I mean, you always knew that some people were saying, the plastics being maneuvered into food, or whatever the case may be, and I just was like, no, man, they're not gonna do that. And then I hear that, they're 3D printing food. Now, they did preface by saying that the materials being used are actual food products. Now, if they're byproducts of what was used, or if it's completely, that there's so much questions that still reside in the 3D printing space, because it's not a relatively new space, but we've began to revolutionize it a bit to kind of counterbalance the challenges that we're currently having. So food sovereignty has been an issue for us as a planet. We have too much people. So we're trying to make sure everyone eats. So we're trying to do it as efficiently as possible, and sometimes efficiency is not necessarily effective. Now, in terms of what they're using to build up what they're considering to be food, they have made mention that they're similar to the filaments used in plastic 3D printing. They have specific, what's the word I want to use? They have a specific basis of a source to print foods. Now, this is where it also becomes a benefit that we're in the developing part of the world. That is not a priority for us. We are still sticking to the basics of trying to cultivate actual food products. Now, what they're doing majorly in the global, I'll preface by saying the global north is one thing or the next, but in terms of how they are doing that, they have begun doing it. It's not as widely done. I think Christopher made mention of it being done majorly currently in France, more so.
Yeah.
But it's a touch and go situation. Majorly, they're doing cake toppers, for example, for weddings and birthday parties, for example. So it's still a very experimental space, and it's kind of touch and go. But I think it really only takes like one really quote unquote successful endeavor for it to begin to expand further. So it's still uncharted territory for us, and hopefully we can just kind of revolutionize agriculture. Again, that breakout session that we have, it was a very good one, because we got a lot of reception and feedback predominantly from the Family Island students. Again, really happy to have you guys here, because the perspective that we need to change and the stigma attached to agriculture will act as a balance for us in that 3D printing conversation with food.
You could eat the 3D steak? The 3D printed steak, you could eat it?
No love.
Good morning. So I have a two-part question. So the first part is in regard to the Paris Agreement, and I would love to know all of your opinions on the realistic viability of keeping 1.5 alive. And then on the second part, I'd love to know how you feel about a very real possibility of a climate refugee crisis for smaller island developing states.
So I'm gonna start off with the. I'm an optimistic type, and I believe that we could keep it under 1.5. We could. Now, it's a question of, are people willing to do it? Because at this point in time, some people say it already might be too late. And so the question now is, like I had asked a question last year, okay, how do we prepare for this? And that's a very good thing to consider because of the fact that over time, as our land decreases, we're gonna have to move. We'll become refugees. And so I'm sorry if this is scary, but that is a very real possibility. And I want you to know that. Now, what are ways that we can prevent this? Well, there are ways that we can change our economies in order to prevent this. We talked about circular economy before, where we reuse, recycle, and instead of just putting it to waste, we actually reuse more often than we throw away. There's also another thing that I was talking about in the chat, which was an idea of a slow-down economy. Now, don't talk about being no economics, because I'm not the economics expert here. But from the way I understand it is, during COVID, almost every economic center all over the world had essentially shut down, halted, right? Now, think of it like this. In every area of the world, what did we realize? Nature started to heal. In certain areas of the world, especially in Asia, the atmosphere had cleared up. There was no smog. It was clear. In Italy and what is it called now? The canals, it was clean. The waters were as clear as our waters, right? However, in exchange for that healthy nature, what do we get on the human side? We suffered. And so we have to find a way in which, okay, instead of our economy halting and that causing economic suffering for all of us, how do we balance it to where we can slow down the economy, but it doesn't harm us, however, nature benefits from it? So I feel like when we start to realize how to do that and how to manage that, especially in the developed world, like in the United States, Europe, and those countries, we'll be in a better place. But we need to do action now if we want to get under that 1.5.
So that was an excellent question. I'm definitely going to leave the refugees for my friend on the end. But I could get into that, but I'm gonna definitely stick with the first part of your question. So I feel one of the challenges that we tend to have, especially in this space, is we, as the developing side of the world versus, it always tends to be a conversation between us versus them. And with that being the case, that shuts down so many opportunities for collaboration and meaningful engagement. Because our main objective is survival of self, of country, of brand, of person. And a lot of the times, though their focus is the same, it has, as Miles mentioned, an economic basis. And that is where the whole climate refugee conversation gets a bit muddled. But again, I stick in with the first part of the question. But with reference to how I feel about the 1.5 goal, I'm going to say this as delicately as I can. If we don't actually become as realistic, and definitely Bahamians have become more aware of the uniquely unfortunate position we find ourselves in, because worst case scenario, we don't achieve the goal, we don't achieve close to the goal, we achieve it at the worst possible end of the scale, close to 2.5, we won't be here. Born, bred, Gadet, Bahamian will become very literal because we don't have the capacity. We are in a beautiful region, but this the water, this us. We are very closely connected. And there is so much conversation that goes around actual sufficiency for small island states because we are literally fighting a losing battle against developed nations if the conversation doesn't come from a place of actual collaboration. if we don't be receptive on both ends, and the reason I say both ends is because as developing states, we kind of look at it as, y'all doing this, y'all doing that, y'all need to do this, y'all need to do that. We have to be defensive because we are fighting for our lives, but on the other side of the counterbalance and having conversations with individuals from the global north, I do have to take into account their situation as well, though a lot of what they're doing can be done more efficiently. I will say that, and a lot of what they're doing is continuously pounding pavements for us until we get to the point where we can have a very clear dialogue in which we're receptive of both ends and open to hearing solutions that benefit life over economy, over finances, over money, and though money is necessary, until we get to that conversation where we're saying, okay, they actually get dead. It's going to continuously be a fight. But again, that whole refugee part, hi, Amber.
Okay, since we're being very realistic, I think Director Newbold mentioned it. So even if all emissions would halt today, we still would feel the ramifications of our actions. So that's number one. Number two, Mia Motley said it best. The global north has the political will to advance, build massive structures. So there also has to be that political will to do something to curb emissions, because it's not just an us problem in the global south, it's also a global north problem. Climate change is affecting all fronts, right? And to take your question about climate refugees, as grim as it may seem, it is a very possible reality, especially for a low-lying state like the Bahamas. But the difficulty with climate refugees is, I read something doing a bit of research that there's no international law right now for climate refugees. So that's a battle that has to be fought in itself, to make sure that if people have to move and find solace in another country, they have the ability to have autonomy, they have the ability to start over, they have the ability to recreate what they had at home in another place, right? And then you also want to put into perspective, there's the loss of culture, there's the loss of identity. There are so many facets to when people have to move. And there are people in the Pacific right now who are dealing with it. Tuvalu, Vanuatu, their islands they're losing land. And this is a very pressing reality for them. And so I think as we navigate within this space right now, we are realizing that it is a possibility. And right now, with the global stock take and everyone taking account for where we are and where we actually need to be, it's going to be a very pressing conversation going forward.
Thank you. Good day. Amber actually spoke on my question a little bit, but my question is, are the effects of climate change reversible? Examples: seawater rising, ocean acidification, intensified natural disasters. If we as a nation, if we as a world stop doing what we're doing and become more climate conscious now, can we change the damage that's already been done, or can we correct the wrongs that's been done?
I feel as though that's a really great question. I think the best answer for that is mitigation. So trying to mitigate the impacts of climate change. So for example, with ocean acidification, we can do more like, ocean acidification tends to affect the organisms that depend on calcium to build their shells and stuff like that. So it weakens their shells and they have more difficulty like surviving. So if we do more like aquaponics is not always the answer, but if we do more research on how effective aquaponics will be for that stock, then that could be a way for us to mitigate it. Also, if we like, with the 3D printing, build more coral reefs, then we wouldn't have to worry about we wouldn't have to worry as much about coral resistant the heat. Like if we keep doing research on how climate change is affecting certain things, we will know how to mitigate it and preserve like the things that we need for the future.
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So in terms terms of reversing climate change, and that's kind of why it's so, the topic itself is more fickle than people tend to look at on the surface. For example, I've had the conversation posed before with reference to sea level rise, and they're like, okay, how can we fix this? And I'm like, the water did not just appear. The water itself came from the gradual melting of ice. And unless we enter another ice age, and I don't know about y'all, I don't necessarily like to call that much, but unless we get to, and in worst case scenario, we do go through various ice ages. The one that individuals tend to talk about is just one of the many. We go through quaternary periods every so million years or so. And with that being said, with us now being in this off-balance relationship with nature, we can either put ourselves in a place where we catalyze that ice age sooner than it's supposed to occur, or much later than it's supposed to happen. So that water is literally the byproduct of melting. It's not going to go back unless that water is placed in a conducive environment for it to freeze. If it freezes back up to the place where it could actually lower sea level rise to the place where we can survive, it wouldn't be the water that we have to worry about claiming us, it's going to be the cold. Unfortunately, the best way for us to counterbalance climate change at this point, as was mentioned, is mitigation and adaptation, because we have, especially in the Bahamas, we're in the point where we have to not just build resilience, we have to maintain it. We have to find better ways and more efficient ways to actually adapt to the challenges that we have, because as Amber mentioned, even if everyone was to stop today, the scales have already been tipped. We still have to find a way to establish common ground with what we're working with. So for us, the unfortunate reality is we can't reverse it. The best thing we can do is learn to adapt and to mitigate the challenges that we have.
Just to put in perspective, I had to Google it to make sure my numbers were correct. I don't want to give y'all wrong information. So CO2 can stay in the atmosphere for 300 to 1,000 years. So that just puts into perspective that if every factory shut down today and everybody got an electric car, everybody decided that we're gonna stop what we're doing, we're still going to feel the effects of what's already been placed into the atmosphere. And like Ashante said, the tipping scale, the threshold has already been crossed. So if we decide that, okay, we're gonna move forward and we're gonna mitigate being removing CO2 out of the atmosphere or decreasing our emissions, and then adaptation, learning to live with irreversible effects, we will then get somewhere. I just wanted to put it in perspective for you guys.
And I feel like the biggest part with us wanting to mitigate and adapt to climate change is the fact that a lot of us talk about wanting to do it, but it's like we are afraid of living in an uncomfortable situation, even though we know that it would be for the betterment of our generations and the generations ahead of us. So it's something a lot of us need to consider. Do we want to work hard to make things better and not necessarily live in the worst case scenario in the next 20, 50 years?
Okay, before we take the current question that's about to be asked, just wanted to let you guys know, we're definitely still taking questions, but forgive me, this light is shining in my eye. The gentleman right behind the lovely young lady with the pink blazer is going to be the last question we take for this segment before we shift into...
The lovely young lady in the black cardigan.
I said, what? No, man.
We apologize. The lights are very bright, and Ashante, she
wears
see
glasses.
far.
My eyes
see,
are
she
very
can't
bad.
see.
Listen, my
I'm
eyes
so
are
sorry.
so small.
I see you
You
black
better
cardigan.
apologize.
I see a pink
Don't try,
blazer
sister
and
girl.
then a
It's
love.
okay.
She can't see. She can't see.
It's okay.
My Lord.
Man, look how y'all doing me. We got company. but we'll take the. Let me count then. There are three. I can
Yes,
see
there are
three people.
three individuals.
There we go. I should have stayed there.
The person.
So after the third question,
Go
we're going to
ahead.
close out this segment so we can quickly get into the second part of this conversation before our engagement.
Good morning, Francesca Palomino from Braun Limited. So I have a question. What are your goals as the Youth Climate Council over the next year, since you're going to be representing us as, you know, the young people in the Bahamas?
Thank you so much for your question, Francesca. So we definitely have a very dynamic slate of events we'd like to do. So firstly, this conference was definitely one of our primary focuses, trying to build capacity. So we're trying to fill the gaps that currently exist, because overall, one of the challenges that we're trying to balance out is our engagement at the national, regional, and international level. Collectively, as a group of young people, we kind of have to think both long-term and as broadly as possible, because similar to conferences like COP, we have individuals from various corners of the globe converging in one space to have conversations about their challenges. Most of the time, these countries tend to have young people present. Unfortunately, the Bahamas has not been one of those fortunate nations to have consistent representation. I can honestly, the amount of times I've entered into space internationally, there's been a lack of capacity, not just from the Bahamas, but from the region as a collective. It's something that we're trying to mitigate. So over the next few months that we will be in this administrative term, we aim to provide capacity building through educational programs, outreach programs, various opportunities for young people to not just be involved, but engaged. And that's not just in settings like this, but we do plan to engage in your local community. So regardless of the island you're from, we're open to taking your innovations, your concerns. And that's one of the reasons why we're actually doing the Bahamas Youth Manifesto, because so much of the time, the challenges and the solutions tend to stay in spaces like this. And as far as islands like Mayagüana, our family island representative, Kasia Knowles, she made mention very adamantly last year that there were so many challenges in Mayagüana with reference to droughts, for example, and then a lot of individuals are so dependent on things like farming, especially in their subsistence setting. So we're trying to not just provide the capacity, but the education and whatever support that we're able to conjure up so we can fill these gaps. And when we actually get to the regional stages, the international stages, we have young people that are prepped, ready, and able to stand their grounds in rooms where, unfortunately, it's cutthroat in that community because they're thinking about their self-preservations. They've already bred their young people to understand that the flag, the nation, for king and country, do what it is you have to do for your allocation. We have to begin to prep our young people to understand that the more we appreciate what we have, the more we'll understand what we have to lose.
Well, I just want to definitely echo the sentiments shared by my colleague. Why my learned friend sit back down? You don't get offended, eh? I was waiting for your question, but we would have had a few engagements leading up to this conference. One took place right here at the University of the Bahamas back in the month of March. We would have had a panel discussion, and we had a few schools that attended. I think we had Catherine, we had Telios, and a few other schools, as well as some NGOs, such as Braun Limited. And we had this very engaging panel discussion talking about climate change and the geopolitical relationship with the Bahamas and India. So we had that in March, and then following that, we had a sustainable agriculture engagement at the BAIC. So in conjunction with Project ICE and Mr. Christopher Heasty, who had that breakout session yesterday, we had a very engaging conversation again about how we can utilize 3D printing in sustainable agriculture in the Bahamas. So we do have an exciting year planned ahead. So this is just a one-year thing. So not in the coming years. There'll be a new set of ambassadors come March 2024, and probably a new committee. But we do hope to extend this and keep the conversation going and keep the momentum moving forward. All right.
Thank you, and I think you're doing wonderfully so far, so keep working hard.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to close up this segment, but just before we go, we're just going to give a very brief, and I say that I have to preface myself firstly by saying brief, to close out just the overall focus of the general experiences. So Amber, we can start with you.
Climate experiences?
More so, yes.
Okay. So very briefly, being from Grand Bahama, I've experienced numerous hurricanes in my lifetime. I think what really shocked me and made me want to get into the climate space was really after Hurricane Matthew and then again with Hurricane Dorian. So my niche specifically is the nexus between climate change and water resource management. So after seeing the impacts of Hurricane Dorian, I realized that there has to be someone who has to fight on behalf of the country. There has to be people who are on the ground, who has experience and who has seen it firsthand. And that really gives someone passion, gives someone drive. So yeah, we're gonna move on to Makeda.
Okay, very briefly. Well, first of all, I just got my degree from the University of the Bahamas in Small Island Sustainability. And believe it or not, I did not want to go to college for that, but I wanted to go for marine biology. But I do see the blessing in it because I'm now able to understand terms like small island developing state, and I understand more UN terms, the Paris Agreement. We learned about all those different things in the degree. So the degree has prepared me for spaces like this, and I experience what you would experience in a small island developing state. You know, the remoteness, the smallness, the islandness is what's like, we love our country. We don't want to leave when hurricanes come. And I'm able to better inform like the people that I know and like the general public and whatever I can on social media and things of that nature on the issues that we have because I better understand it now.
Hi. So, as the New Providence representative, I feel like I have the least unique experience up here. Due to the fact that we don't necessarily get hit as hard by hurricanes and other natural disasters in New Providence. Believe it or not, my unique climate experience would come from how helpless I felt seeing videos and pictures of the aftermath of Dorian and what people went through during Dorian. For the most part, my most unique experience would have been when I was in Barbados, when St. Vincent and the Grenadines had the volcanic eruption. Yeah, it was a whole lot of volcanic ash, and I honestly thought they was joking the day before because it was a very nice day, and I was sitting out on my porch until when I wake up the next morning, it was dark. I honestly thought I sleep my whole day awake, but like street lights were on all day, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's as far as my unique experience goes.
I'm gonna keep this brief as well, but being on Long Island, we're one of the islands that suffer from hurricanes a lot. My most recent one for catastrophic means was probably Hurricane Joaquin. But another thing is when you have family on other islands and you also feel, again, that dread, because I have a lot of family here in Nassau, but I also had a lot of family in Grand Bahama. And they had gone through Hurricane Dorian, and it was nothing seeing on the news, Hurricane Dorian going over Grand Bahama, and then they get the report that it just stops and sits over Grand Bahama. And then you have to sit there and pray that your grandparents and your aunts are okay. And you run out into my living room, and I tell him, Mommy, call Grammy right now. Tell him move out wherever they is. They need to move. And you can't reach them. And so you have to pray that everything's all right. And that was the same experience with Hurricane Joaquin. When Hurricane Joaquin came, I was young, but I could still remember stuff. And it's terrifying, but the aftermath of it is you have to realize that collaboration with one another, and you have to inspire unity as young people. Okay, so for me, that was my climate experience.
Yeah, so I'll be very brief because my colleague Jade Fritz and I, we share a lot of climate experiences. We went to the same university. We both are New Providence, quote-unquote, representatives. So my unique climate experience would have just been with seeing pictures from Hurricane Dorian, because actually I was at McGill University on an exchange program during that time. So just seeing the pictures and the videos coming out of that was very disheartening for me. not being home at the time. So that's what
I can be very, very brief. So definitely from the province as well, even though I'd say this by saying Russells don't like keep still, so we sprinkled everywhere. But in terms of the experiences that I tend to have, I think for me it got really real with Hurricane Matthew because I actually came home 2 days before the hurricane. I had no idea it was happening. Everybody was battened up, and I just was like, oh, it's that. And then it was the same thing again with Joaquin for me. It was a whole lot of back and forth. And then the recent tornadic activities last year actually really impacted my house. And that in itself really kind of turned the tide for me. But in terms of what really kind of got me into this space, again, Hurricane Dorian was the catalyst for so many young people. Because it was beyond our control. And if you are in a different island, and as Miles echoed, you're just watching and you're waiting and you're praying, it becomes more real. So that pretty much for me was the catalyst as to why I wanted to get into this space. And in seeing that there was so much capacity to be built, I just went straight to the international space and worked my way back. So again, opportunities like this, positions like this, protocols like this, provides the opportunity for us to not just engage ourselves, but engage with other like-minded young people that have recognized that we need to band together if we are to survive.
So let's hear a rousing round of applause for our panelists. Thank you guys, and thank you for sharing your experience. So now, as we seek to move forward, we got to get this house ready. The Prime Minister is on his way, and you know he have outriders, so he ain't gonna have no traffic. So we're gonna move some of these chairs. My trustee, Mr. Hercules, is gonna bring our spin the wheel forward. Could we have 3 chairs remaining on the stage? The ambassadors, we'd like for you to take 2 of them, and the PM will take 1.
Hi guys, morning again. Could we just ask everybody to come down? We want to fill these gaps a bit. So if you can all just come down, don't be shy. Come down, let's fill these front rows right here. Thank you so much. There's a gap right here where I'm standing. If a group of individuals could fill this right here, that'll be great.
Guys, could we move it quickly? Quickly, you guys younger than me, just pick a spot in the first few rows, come down to the front. The first row is reserved, so anything between the first row and the sixth row is fine. And the line still moving along the side. So,
Carissa in the crowd.
Charles will come out front to me. Yeah. Okay. He got 45 seconds to do it. These need to go down stage. Prime Minister is on his way, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister is about to enter the building. When he enters this room, I will ask you to stand on his entry, please. You still? Okay, so let me give you guys a little insight as to what we are going to be doing while we await his entry into the room. As some of you know, we have the Bahamas games going on right there down the road. We got the lifting, we got the running, we got the swinging, we got the swimming, we got it all. So, but in here, we're gonna have the climate change Bahamas games. And we also going to have various islands that have been pre-selected to participate in the games based on their unknown pre-qualification trials that were held yesterday. So we identified those individuals who were very engaging in the whole process that was happening yesterday, and we've asked them to represent their various islands. So once he comes in, we have our spinning wheel. And we have our two ambassadors here. Their roles will be the lovely Ashante Russell will be Miss Vanna White for the day. She will spin the wheel. And based on whichever pictogram the wheel lands on, the yellow is for renewable energy. The fishies, of course, are for marine or the blue economy. The trees are for terrestrial matters. And the black, anybody know what the black for? The people, there you go. And based on those selections, whatever the wheel lands on, he will have to answer a question. The Prime Minister will answer questions relative to all those fields. Once he has finished providing his questions and answers, we will then turn to the pre-selected candidates who are vying for the job of student advisor for the day. This is a very prestigious job because the Prime Minister will have several questions which I will ask on his behalf, or if he tells me he can ask them himself. He's here? Okay, so they're asking for me to ask you to turn your phones off, please. And hey, I only do what the Secret Service tell me to tell you all. You say turn it off, I know. Turn the ringers off, turn the ringers off, okay. So, as for our participants, your role will be there are 3 questions that will be asked And you, as country blocks, will be able to negotiate your responses with your colleagues and provide an answer. The mic will be provided to you. The Prime Minister will then consult with his male advisor, Mr. Stephen Hunter, and decide on who should be selected. That selection process will give you the award of a gift, and you will then be free to do with that gift as you so please. So, Minister Sweeting is correct. You can't see a thing up here. So while we still await his entry, who y'all think can win? Which island? Anybody down here from Andres, you know? I see them Providence. I see them all the time, so I think I see them down there. Look like I see some Eleuthera people too. Some Long Island, Maguana people, Exuma. Where my Cat Island people? Boy, y'all gonna have some dance for when that man ask y'all. Okay, I see the signal. I see the signal. I think I see the signal. Yeah, plenty of suspense. This must see the 4x4. Now, Vanna, we want to make sure you have a special job to make sure that land on every one of them. So if you get a double one, you just like tilt it right to the next one. Make sure we ain't want them to get away without answering all the questions. They're lining up in the hallway. He walking. It's gonna come straight up. Oh, and after we finish this part, we would like all of you to come on stage so we could do a photo with the PM, okay? No, not all of you, the first row people, okay? We'd like to do all of you on the stairs immediately after, so if you're slow, you won't make it. If you quickly, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Let's give him a round of applause. You can seat down, please. You may be seated. Church is over. Prayer's been done. PM, I share with these young people the joy of having you participate with us this evening. We know you have a very busy schedule and you're set to go on to deal with some international matters right after our interaction. So we want to make this, we want you to go feeling youthful and really revved up. So we are about to play the Climate Change Bahamas Games. I have my trusty shoes on. I already forgot my headband because, I don't want to mess up my hair, but we can be good. You will see next to you is Mr. Stephen Hunter, your Climate Youth Ambassador, and behind you, your female ambassador, Mrs. Shantae Russell, who has the honor of acting as Ms. Vanna White for this occasion. She will be spinning the wheel, which will be selecting the various questions from the 5 key areas. You will also note that in the first row, there are some lovely young people who will be acting as participants in this event. And these individuals are, so we could get these introductions done. And I do apologize if I don't say Mary John or Paul, because I know some of you have some very technological names. But Miss Joanne Burrows, representing Crooked Island, please stand. Miss Amari Pinder, representing Eleuthera. Mr. Kenzo Johnson, Eleuthera. Kenza. Dornisha Ferguson, Exuma. I have here, who is my other Eleuthera representative? I think I said your name wrong. Eleuthera. Could Eleuthera stand? I want to make sure you're properly represented. Could we give Eleuthera the mic, please, so they can introduce themselves?
My name is Amari Pindo. I'm from Eleuthera.
Good morning. My name is Kezia Johnson.
From
Eleuthera.
Can I have Exuma now introduce yourselves? Exuma. Speak up clearly. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kenas Thompson from Exuma.
Good morning. My name is Donisha Ferguson from Exuma.
Can we have Long Island introduce yourselves?
My name is Tanisha Knowles from Long Island.
My name is Judah Knowles from Long Island.
Maywana, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Patton Colley from Iguana.
Good morning. My name is Kiara Sanchez from Iguana.
And for the most populous island, can New Providence please introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is Santino Miller from the great New Providence.
Good morning. My name is Alexa Adderley from New Providence.
Thank you. Thank you. So these students would be vying for your Student Advisor of the Day PM. So they'll have a 24-hour job contract with government. Well, we'll see how long it lasts. It may be the beginning of great things. So to get the game started, we'll start with Miss Russell. Can you please spin the wheel? So our first question will come from the area of marine protected areas. PM, got to put on your marine protected areas hat. The first question is, it can be said, and PM's going to need a mic, it can be said that the Bahamas is a forerunner as it relates to the establishment of marine protected areas. How can marine protected areas contribute to the enhancement of our climate resiliency? I'll repeat the question. It can be said that the Bahamas is a forerunner as it relates to the establishment of marine protected areas. How can marine protected areas contribute to the enhancement of our climate resiliency?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair or Moderator. Just let me say how pleased I am to be with you this morning and to share some of the initiatives, some of the thoughts we have supported by you, Madam Chair, on this issue of climate change, its resilience, etc. To see the young people engaged, because it is you who we have to protect our country for, and it's you who have the future. And if we do nothing now, you may find that when you get my age, you'll either be a climate refugee in some other country, or you might be doomed to what I call a watery grave. Marine protected areas is an essential initiative that we protect areas where our ecosystems, such as the mangroves and the coral reefs, are preserved, our biodiversity are reserved because they are the natural defensive mechanisms for the external shocks like hurricanes and flooding. And so the Bahamas have been truly engaged in identifying our more eco-sensitive areas for the purposes of ensuring that they are protected, and where they have been impacted, we are seeking to have them rejuvenated, sort of to reverse the biodiversity loss that attends to these areas. And so it's very important that we appreciate the importance of ensuring that we have a system in place that protect what I call our more sensitive ecosystem areas. We monitor any degradation or any loss of diversity in these areas, and to be ensured to be able to rejuvenate, restore, and where possible to ensure that predators are not impacting through, for example, overdevelopment in certain areas. The areas, because at the end of the day, that is where the most natural mitigation and adaptation initiative could flow.
Thank you, sir. Y'all know how to play this game. I see that. Yeah, good, good, good. So, Ms. White, could we get another spin of the wheel? Wow, thank you. So now we are on one of those conversations where everybody talking about, and that would be the issue of renewable energy. The sun represents something that we see every day and would be trying to hide from a lot this month because it's really hot. But let's see how we can use that to our advantage. The Bahamas has identified targets which speak to the reduction of greenhouse gases by 30% and the increase of renewable energy uptake by 30%. Certainly, this will help us achieve cleaner and affordable energy. Can you share with us what are some incentives that the government has enacted to ensure that we meet this goal by 2030?
Thank you once again. The goal of reducing our greenhouse emissions by 30% by 2030 is designed as our contribution to reducing the carbon footprints globally. And that is our commitment to the international community, and that's what we will do. Hopefully we'll be able to do more than the 30%, but that is the goal. To achieve that goal, my government, what we have done so far, is we have eliminated duty on batteries that's used for renewable energy. And as I said, renewable energy is the alternative energy that is going to be more natural, whose carbon footprint is zero. And so we eliminated customs duties on batteries, which could be used for the storing of electricity when we would have had, when you install solar. We also simplified the process of bringing in renewable energy parts. So we bring in, if you have a solar panel and you need parts for it, we have simplified the process for you to be able to import those things. We also reduced customs duty on electrical cars. Again, anything to replace any apparatus that contributes to the carbon footprint. We have eliminated duties on those so to encourage the discarding of what I call fossil guzzlers, to replace them with electrical apparatus. We also developing laws, regulations to govern what I call carbon emissions, and to give incentives for persons who are prepared to move away from the use of anything that is fossil akin. We are also negotiating right now to ensure that Bahamas Power and Light could convert to greener fuel, and that is on ongoing negotiations, and hopefully they will be complete by the end of this year so we can see the actual migration of BPL generation of electricity from fossil fuel to other cleaner fuel and solarization and solar powered generation of electricity. So those are some of the things that we are doing at this time.
BM, I'm sure I can speak for all Bahamians where we say we're looking for that lower light bill for those negotiations to come to
So,
conclusion.
well, that is the objective. Lower cost of electricity and, more importantly, reliable service.
Thank you, sir. Woohoo! Now it's almost like we're going into political season. The black is for the people. So the question is, as the Prime Minister, what is your vision for the country at large, all of its citizens? What would you like your legacy to be in this regard?
You know, we could very quickly run off what I call the political response to that. But truly, the legacy I would like to leave behind is a legacy that recognizes and that I would have done something to at least lay the foundation of a more just, unified society where a young man like myself, the country where I was born, I grew in Nassau in a little two-room wooden shack. I was sent to Cat Island as a baby, grew up with my grandparents, and they were subsistence farmers, couldn't read or write. They were not taught to read or write. And when I grew up, we didn't have any grocery stores and our petty shop in the neighborhood. So we lived off the land, as we call it. The family islands would appreciate what I mean. We go in the field, we grow what we eat, and we hopefully, for boat day. And boat day was when you go down to the dock, stand on the dock and hope your name is called because a box would have come from Nassau for you from your family members. And when you stand in, they don't call your name. Then you walk back home to your settlement, hanging your head down while your other neighbors name may have been called. Now, if you think about me growing up in a settlement at that time, becoming a prime minister of this country, was nowhere in my mind. Our schooling, we didn't have books and pencils on the island. I mean, this all sounds foreign to you. And the overriding theme of all subjects was mental. So we had mental arithmetic. That means you have to remember. The teacher will write something on the blackboard and they'll stay there for about 10, 15 minutes and you have to remember it. They wipe it off and write something else. So everything was mental. And so me to think that one day I would be the prime minister of this country was far from my mind. Not to even think about the fact that no one ever believed it could happen in any event, because we always underestimated I was underestimated because, and I know what it is, and I know how it feels to be underestimated because of the color of your skin or because of where you came from. What good could come from out of old White Cat Island? But I made it. I went through it with mentoring, with focus, and very what I sense over the last 10, 20 years is that kind of dream or that kind of achievement is quickly slipping away from persons who are born or grew up like me. My legacy is want to be is that there are no barriers for any one of you to be able to live to your full potential. You may not grow up to be the prime minister, or you may not grow up to be the doctor or the lawyer, but the potential that you have in you, each of us have a gift. And those gifts will be different because the Lord made us all differently. He gave us all different kinds of talents, gifts, and skills. And we are called upon and admonished by Him to try to identify those gifts, that talent or skill, and to invest in it to ensure that you get your full potential. The Bahamas I want to leave a legacy is that we all get to understand and find a pathway to finding what each of your gifts or skills might be, and that you have been provided the tools to invest in those skills to be the best that you can be. That is one of the legacies I like to know that I've left behind. That infrastructure for all Bahamians to be what they want to be and the best that they can be. And secondly, that at the end of the day, we move away from disagreeing with one another to the point where we stop speaking to one another. We ought to be able to use this cliche, you ought to be able to disagree without being disagreeable. And we need to be oneness require being able to differ with one another without differing and without being different from each other. And recognize that the bottom line, we're all Bahamians. And together, we are in this world together, that we need one another. And that whether you black, white, whether you're rich, you're poor, whether you have different preferences than I do, at the end of the day, that we are still one people. I want to leave my legacy that we have a unified Bahamian country where all are treated equally, all are understood equally, and that we all appreciate that we are in this together. And I think what a wonderful world this will be, that we could disagree, but disagree amicably. And for my young people, I want all of them to be a part of a gang. Now, we're in here together, right? This is a good gang. That's what I'm talking about. Become part of a gang that's doing positive things. Become part of a gang that is helping you to be better than you are. Help be part of a gang where there's positive vibes, where you're sitting down and talking about, what I'm going to be next, what I'm going to do next, and if I'm going to be this, what do I have to do it? Gang, Boy Scouts, that's a gang. Girl Guides, right? A Toastmasters club, a Gavel club. Treat them as a gang, and let us let us infiltrate those other gangs and tell them what destructive behavior is. Don't join a gang to be destructive. Be part of a gang that's doing positive things, just as we are doing, sharing ideas now, listening, learning, and upscaling ourselves. That's what you want to be a part of. And that's what I encourage each and every one of you to be and to do.
All right, thank you, Prime Minister. So the coaches on the sideline telling me, oh, we out there in the hot sun of the Bahamas games, and next thing you got to make sure your athletes are hydrated. So, you know, I got to run out there, the bucket lady. So we're coming down to the end. We're coming down to end of our question and answer period that puts the PM in the hot seat, and we're going to turn those hot seats over to our young youth persons. Did that wheel get spun? We spun the wheel? Did we just, you know, like, oh, we on the, we there, we need to be where we're going to be. We on the blue economy, PM, the blue economy. So the question for you is, how do you intend to ensure that young people can benefit from the Bahamas' carbon credit initiatives?
First of all, I think the first step to that is organizing events such as this to expose and make young people aware of the opportunities that exist in what I call the blue economy. So first of all is by ensuring that we have awareness and we have programs to make young people aware of what the blue economy is about and the opportunities that exist therein. Secondly, following making persons aware, young people aware, then we go into training and upskilling the young Bahamians. And of course, offering scholarships in the field so people could qualify themselves, become experts in the area. And the blue economy is vast. There are many aspects to it. If we're talking about it in the context of the environment and the monetization of the blue economy as it relates to the environment, we're talking about the carbon sink that the blue economy of the Bahamas is a part of. When I say carbon sink, it is our biodiversities, our bluegrass, our mangroves, our coral reefs, the salt ponds and the grime around those ponds that help to clean the air. Cleaning the air meaning absorbing some of the greenhouse emissions, gaseous emissions. That's what we've been doing for countless centuries since the advent of the industrial age. And so the young people, there's a lot of opportunities in there for training, learning, etc. We also have we have engaged the IDB Bank to provide lending to build capacity in these areas, and that's directed towards the young people. And so awareness, training, scholarships, and in all of those aspects, in those three initiatives, opportunities will reside, and the government will be there to provide assistance, resources, capital to help you capture the initiative that you would wish to embrace. Thank you.
And now, as you break through that ribbon, PM, the board on the people again. I don't know. I turn away. The board is already spun. Okay. So your final question, PM, is youth empowerment. You talk about your legacy. You told them your heartfelt desire for them and the future generations to come. Now the question is, given that one of your government's main priorities is youth empowerment and climate change, what are the top 3 things that you wish to see as a measure of success as it relates to the achievement of this priority?
Well, top 3 things is one, we have provided the opportunities. For example, for youth empowerment, I've committed this government to ensuring that most of our government awards procurement, at least 5% of that will go to young people, so that if you could participate in any of the RFPs you see go out there, and we are ensuring at least 5% of that is for young people. Secondly, we also we are providing through our small business lending institute, the Bahamas Development Bank, and BAIC. We are providing about $50 million for capitalizing youth, small and medium-sized businesses. Just last year, last September, we engaged in what we call an idea sphere in collaboration with the IDB Bank. We requested for young people in the IT arena, IT platform, to come up with ideas to how they can assist the government through IT apps, etc. And the top 10 of those were awarded a grant from 50,000 to 99,000. So we had 12 young people who put forward their ideas. It was judged by the IDB Bank and a panel in our digital department, and we gave out near $1 million between the 12 persons to help them develop their ideas. And not all might work, but it all, though, helps to encourage innovation and helps to empower the young people and give them an incentive to work their minds. And so, again, we are hoping that, again, through awareness, that you would follow some of the things that your government is doing, and feel free to come forward. We are looking for our young, don't just sit back and wait for it to come to you. You have to be searching yourself. You have to have that inquiring minds. You have to have that desire to look and always speak to your mentors and speak to your lecturers and speak to anyone that you have some confidence in to understand that what you might do, who could point you in the right direction. And in this climate change, this space, the opportunities are unlimited. And we are having conferences like this. Each COP, we carry young people chosen to the conference of the party, so where we discuss this major issue of climate change with all the leaders of the world. So we're exposing our young people to events such as that. And we want you all to participate in the contest that leads to us choosing. We choose how many, up to 12?
The selection will be made at the end of July, early August.
Yeah, so how many do we take? About 10 or?
We're taking 4 in total,
4.
but there are some other young people who are coming as well.
Okay, yeah, so that's part of the things we're doing, and so please jump on board. You might miss this year, but there's still the next year. And when you can't have it, we are holding conferences such as this so that we can continue to keep us at the forefront of this challenging challenge of climate change.
The Prime Minister has just broken through the finish line. So guys, please give him a round of applause. So my colleagues have also told me that I was remiss in having one of our participants identify herself. So we will ask Crooked Island. Would you now identify yourself, make yourself known?
Good morning. My name is Jayan Burrows from Crooked Island. I go to Admiral Ferguson Senior High School.
Thank you. And PM, you will see in the room a variety of individuals from throughout the Family Islands and New Providence. And I can say that this could not happen without the leadership and assistance of the Ministry of Education, particularly Mrs. Desiree Higgs. Ms. Higgs, if you would stand, please. And also all the chaperones who took on this joyous duty of taking care of these individuals while they are away from their parents. Would each of you please stand? We do appreciate your contribution in ensuring that this is happening. So, PM, you have Mr. Hunter next to you and Ms. Russell behind you, and now you have, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 individuals in front of you. These are the participants in the second round of the Bahamas Climate Change Bahamas Games. These individuals will be given an opportunity to advise you on certain questions. And with the assistance of your ambassadors, you will be asked to select the answer that you think would be most conducive of your administration possibly taking that up and implementing. And then we have some prizes for those individuals. So for our first question, how do coastal ecosystems like mangroves, seagrasses, and salt marshes sequester carbon and contribute to blue carbon credits? How does coastal ecosystems like mangroves, seagrasses, and salt marshes sequester carbon and contribute to the blue carbon credits? We will turn first to Eleuthera. Eleuthera, you're not sure you want to take on this question? Do any one of the participants feel strong enough that I can handle this and give it? New Providence, you go, girl.
I was saying they could be repeated. They could be repeated. Can you repeat the question?
You're Long Island? Okay, Long Island. I can't see up here. If you're ready to answer, please answer. Is Long Island ready? Long Island, go ahead, please.
Can you repeat the question, please?
How do coastal ecosystems like mangroves, seagrasses, and salt marshes sequester carbon and contribute to the blue carbon credits?
Because the mangroves and the marine system are important for the structure of defending against climate change and the effects of climate change.
Okay. Anybody else want to contribute a response in regards to this? Go ahead. This is Eleuthera, right? Okay, Eleuthera. Don't be shy.
Good morning. I think mangroves and salt marshes and seagrass beds, they can be used in the blue economy they preserve our mangroves, and we know that we need them to sustain our shores and to protect our country because we're a low-lying state, and also we use them for like national parks, and they can be used to bring in tourists they can visit our country.
So you see how it's not that easy. So when you see the Prime Minister and other ministers are up here and they're answering questions, it's not that easy to give a response. But We're putting you guys in the hot seat right now so you get a taste of what it is. So now we turn to the advisors who are supposed to be consulting with the PM. So we got Eleuthera and we have Long Island. Their responses, sir. So this is where we would have played the Jeopardy music if we wasn't going to get a copyright block. If you could read lips, you'd know exactly what they were saying, but I can't read lips, so I can't tell you. And the Prime Minister is now ready. Sir, will you let us know your selection?
Eleuthera.
Eleuthera! Very good, very good. So Eleuthera, your prize is going to be hand-delivered to you. Thank you so much.
It's important to see how there are linkages between all of the silos of your country, and you're able to link, let's put it this way, the beauty of our Bahamas and the fact that tourism being the engine of our economy, and you're able to link all of that together, is what my advice was.
Okay, so now our second question, directly related to you guys. What are some effective strategies that you would recommend to engage and empower young people to become climate change advocates and leaders? What are some of the effective strategies that you would recommend? Oh, Crooked Island up, Crooked Island up. Mm-hmm. Go, girl, you go.
My first strategy, good morning, by the way. My first strategy is implementing social media programs, because we as young people love social media. We are always on our phones. I believe that we can promote climate change and ways that we can mitigate climate change on our phones. And also we can, how it's summer, we can implement interactive summer camps to educate children more, especially on family islands, especially Crooked Island, of course, because we have a smaller population and we are not that much educated on climate change. So I believe that we can implement camps and programs and clubs and groups that go out to the community and educate children and older people as well.
Thank you. Oh, another one up, another one up. No.
Okay,
This Exuma?
Of course.
Okay.
My thought is to implement it straight into the schools, because, like, if you put it into the schools, it's hard to miss, because, like, most of the Bahamian students, I mean, yeah, all of us are in school. It's hard to miss.
All right, PM, this one sounds kind of hard. I don't know if we can have a tie, but you have Crooked Island who wants it in the social media, and we have Exuma who wants it in the schools.
There are three of us, and could you imagine, after casting 3 votes, you still have a tie? We thought it only happened when you have an even number, but in this case, we thought that both answers deserve to win.
Yes. So you will both get your prize. Thank you. And so
social media and school, they're both good response.
Thank you very. I mean, Crooked Island, the gun. You lucky you didn't get disqualified for jumping the gun, but she was up, man. She was up. All right. So our final question is, what would be the recommendation that you would make to government to ensure equality among the various islands as it relates to cleaner and affordable energy? What recommendation would you make to government to ensure equality among the various islands for cleaner and affordable energy? So I saw Long Island. Oh, I tell people I know my people. All right, we got 4 candidates standing. Let's start with you. Oh, now we got 5. Okay. The gloves are off. We'll start with you, young man.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I think we should install more recycling bins around the whole New Providence and probably inside the schools too, because a lot of people, yes, I know. We could probably do a lot of beach cleanups too inside the school, probably like organized groups. So we could go clean up the beaches and and yes. That's
Okay.
all. Yes.
That was New Providence. And then we have, say your island before you give your response, please.
Eleuthera again. I think what we can do is implement programs on the islands. And like it was mentioned before, it's very Nassau-centric in the Bahamas, to be honest. And there are things going on in Nassau, and then it's watered down to the islands in some ways. So I think we can implement programs that are more centered to our islands, because every island has a different issue. So I think that can be implemented. And also to actually hold the Bahamian people accountable, because oftentimes we implement certain things and then there's nobody to manage it and carry it on. So I think that should be done.
Thank you.
I think that...
What country? What island, sorry?
Meguana. I think that some people should come straight to the islands, and that they should hold meetings to hear exactly what the citizens on the island feel that is needed. And I feel like they should also send certain stuff like solar panels, and they should start building windmills to harness renewable energies on the islands. So that's one thing I think we need.
Thank you, Meguana.
Meguana again. Based on what Patton said, with the solar panels, just like how we just got our generator for the power outage, we had like 3 times, but I can't even explain it. But I think that would be useful with how we usually have outages, and then they usually, whenever they order for another generator, it usually don't make no sense because they don't even know how to work it properly sometimes.
Okay. Meguana being real. Let's go.
All right, this is Exoma. I think that we should start recycling more, have more recycling bins in schools and other populated places like that, to encourage people to start putting their trash where it belongs, because there's litter everywhere. And to also help people to encourage recycling, give them a little piece of reward, because, Bahamians little things, right? So, every time they recycle and you see them recycling, you give them a little piece of reward to encourage them to keep doing it. And as Meguana say, with solar panels, I think solar panels will be a more better and renewable electricity source, instead of the source we're using now, because the sun is everywhere. It says how the sun hot now. We can use that more efficiently than what we have now.
Thank you. Crooked Island, you're up again.
Crooked Island again. I think to increase equality, I think we could have more of a clearer network of communication between the citizens of smaller islands, of course, Crooked Island, have a better network of communities so we can communicate to them and be like, this is what we're doing, this is what we're implementing, and we need you to jump on board, because a lot of times there's only one person that would be like, guys, let's try to do this to better our island. And that one person can't do it alone. So we have to get everybody on board. And I also think that instead of trying to just implement it on Nassau or Grand Bahama or Abaco, I think we should go back to Maikal, of course. Go back to Maikal, and because there's a lot of undeveloped land on Crooked Island, there is miles and miles of just trees and bush. I feel like we could implement these renewable energies because we have the space. You barely have space in Nassau. We have the space. We have the resources. We have the people. As long as people are willing to do it, I believe that we could produce that equality and make it something that everybody, not just one island, has.
Thank you, Cricket Island. Well, seeing as this is the last round, there's another one? There's another one? Okay, you pulling up the rear. Pulling up the rear. Go ahead.
New Providence.
New Providence.
How to implement equality throughout the islands. You know how every island has a family administrator. I feel as though they can go around the neighborhoods of every island, get how the opinions of how the people feel. Then the family islands can come together, hold a town meeting with themselves, and they discuss on how they can better their islands. And then eventually they'll come over to Nassau, and then we can just work together like that and stuff. Because, you know, the government, the PM is busy. He cannot go to every island and get how you guys feel and how to put all that together. But I'm saying the family island administrators get help towards that. Get the opinions of others, come together, take their response and how they feel to the government, and that'll be a clear communication. So,
thank you to Providence. All right, PM, this is a tough one, but you have to give a gold, a silver, and a bronze. The last three prizes lay at the feet of this question. Three, for gold, silver, and bronze.
The verdict is in. The jury didn't deliberate that long.
Okay.
Deliberations. Gold is, the bronze is New Providence.
Okay, New Providence.
Thank you so much.
The silver is Crooked Island.
Cricket Island.
And the goal is Eleuthera.
All right, can we have all our participants on stage now to take a photo with the PM and the ambassadors? Yeah, just them upstairs. On the stage, please.
What are you doing with this mold, with this gold? I mean, this mic.
Just those who were there, who were playing the game. Charles, do that for me. Which Basha trying to get them? No, with them. She's giving instructions to them on the stage. Okay. Can we get the chaperones down here, please? Can we get the chaperones for a quick photo with the PM? Don't forget, guys, he has a flight, so we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity. On the stage, can we get the chaperones on the stage so they can take a photo with him? If you brought a child in from the family islands, we would like to say congratulations and have a photo documenting you on this 50th Jubilee and the first national conference. This picture will come up sometime later when you all forget. I want to do separate one, students, and then the chaperones. We know. Could we have the chaperones and the students that were participated in the games, please? And to save time, those of you from the New Providence in your brightly colored array, could we ask you to already get yourself situated on the staircase, because we're going to have a big group shot on the staircase. So if your coordinators will start getting you prepared for that, for us, that would be much appreciated. Okay, so the Providence and the remaining Family Island students, please take the staircase for the overall group shot, please. All right, thank you, guys. Go on the stairs.
I know. You can see the school shirt. Just open that cover. Be quick about it.
This is the one with the teachers and the chaperones. The students should all be going to the students should all be getting prepped and ready on the stairs, please. So the only person who will be missing from that shot is the PM. Our contestants, we need you guys on the stairs as well, please. You get a double shot.
Because we're going to the stairs now. Who went on the stairs too, Watch your baby.
We're done? Okay, we're on our way to the staircase.
Well, let's go picture. Let's PM.
Tisha?
Right there.
Where she is. Okay. Okay.
Yep. So begin to volunteers, please, quickly. Okay. Volunteer, any committee members, this is your opportunity. Chanel? Oh, yeah, Chanel. Oh, no, that's not Chanel. We'll try. No, you guys go. Awesome. All right, now let's go get the kids on the chair, on the stage, sorted. The wheel, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Good to go. Yes, sir. Try to keep the ship tight.
Okay.
Thank the Lord. Thank Hercules.
Let them celebrate the God.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna need to start getting back to work now. We've had all that excitement and interaction. Let's see how quickly we could probably start corralling everybody back to get us back on agenda. So I say the next 5 minutes, let's resume. Thank you. at the Bahamas Marathon, and I had to stop by and get some Danish and some water and some Gatorade. As you know, all that crowd of people I had to bust through for the baby downstairs trying to take a picture of the Prime Minister. I can't even get the words out. But now we're back. Whew. Good thing we got this AC going in here. But now, as we're drawing nigh to the end of the final countdown with our presentations today, to bring closure to this, our first National Climate Youth Conference, we're going to have some very exciting new and technological presentations coming before you. I do believe that our very own Dr. Bethel is one of our presenters today, and we also have Partana, who's going to talk about some global technology. And let me just take a moment here to give a few little tidbits, and I guess Partana will, they will whoop whoop themselves. But Partana is a company that's bringing a new technology to the world where they're building homes that will be sequestering carbon. So they're using great technology in the same way that the natural environment is sequestering carbon, like we talked about our mangroves and seagrasses a few minutes ago. And guess where they're doing that? Where is that initiative coming out of? Is it coming out of Silicon Valley? No. Is it coming out of India? No. It's coming from, guess where? Carmichael Road on the island of New Providence. And I think as a people, this is one of the things that the Prime Minister was talking about. You guys are full of ideas and initiatives. If you bring your things, your ideas, you got to put your put your shoulder to the cart. You have to really come with it. You have to believe in it. And guess what? That dream will truly become a reality, and there will be others there to support you. So Partana is now going to come forward, and maybe they can give us an 80% or 90% off some homes if we have to, to get them to build it for us. I don't know. But we'll be very interested in seeing how we can advance this technological happenings and advance it throughout, because I'm sure this can make my house cooler, right? And bring down my electricity bill. Okay, great. Come right on the stage.
Hi everyone, it's absolutely wonderful to be here today, and it's great to see so many young faces. Now, I apologize that the CEO of Partana is not able to be here today, but I don't know how many of you guys have maybe heard of Rick Fox. Basketball player, but he is so much more than that, because a couple of years ago, he had a vision for the Bahamas in terms of the threat of climate change, and he wanted to do something to combat that after seeing the devastation caused by Hurricane Dorian back in 2019. So I'm really, really thrilled to be able to introduce Rick virtually on the screen. He's recorded a message that he wants to share with each and every one of you. So without further ado, Rick Fox.
The Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, young ambassadors, other distinguished guests, boys and girls, good morning. I am thrilled to be speaking today at this Bahamas Youth Climate Conference. It's an honor to address each and every one of you as a proud Bahamian and to share my story with you, our country's future leaders. While I apologize for not being with you in person, it's great to have the opportunity to share my company's vision and mission with you virtually today. And it's my hope that in the near future, I can meet as many of you as possible. Whenever I'm involved in events such as this one, I'm reminded of my own personal journey. Growing up as a young boy in our beautiful islands of the Bahamas, hungry for opportunity and a burning desire to leave my mark on the world, just as all of you are looking to forge your own legacies. Today, I stand before you as the CEO of Partana Bahamas, with a mission to build a world that breathes, and I'm thrilled to be able to share our company's story with you. Before we go any further, I'd like to introduce myself. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ulrich Fox. I am a simple Fox Hill boy, still looking for a Fox Hill girl. But I am aware that most of you may know me from my professional basketball career, where throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, I competed against and with some of the greatest athletes in the world. After the NBA, I transitioned into Hollywood, in television and movies, and during this period, I learned invaluable lessons about the power of storytelling, how narratives can inspire, educate, and motivate others to take action. And today, I want to shed light on a story that, to me, is much more important than anything I've previously done. My mission to help solve climate change, and how my company, Partana Bahamas, is doing so through the power of technology. Youth holds immense power. That means you guys. You guys are the architects of the future, and your voices can shape the course of history, both here in the Bahamas and beyond. I have great faith in the Bahamian youth for driving change and making our islands and the wider world a safer and more sustainable place to live. As I was once one of you, I was simply a young boy. I played basketball on the very courts many of you often use today, and little did I know that those experiences and those days of my youth would take me to the NBA or even lead me to Hollywood and beyond. But amidst the glamour of the sports and the entertainment world, my heart remained firmly rooted in the lessons I learned as a Bahamian youth, and my desire to protect the islands we all love so dearly. And it's for that reason that I am so passionate about what I do today. Firstly, before we go into Partana's story and offering, I want to start off by outlining the issues we aim to fix. I know that you are all familiar with the threat of climate change, and particularly how it is affecting our own islands and others in the Caribbean region. Our product at Partana is an environmentally friendly building material, an alternative to cement. You may be wondering what the reason is for myself, a previous three-time NBA champion, going into the technology industry. So I'll just provide some context here. Right now, there is a silent problem in the construction industry. The way we are building today is suffocating us. A total of 38% of the world's emissions come from the construction industry, and 9% of the world's emissions come from the production of cement. Our world's desperately in need of a commercially viable alternative to traditionally cement-based building materials. However, construction is one of the world's most vital sectors, so it's not going anywhere. There will always be a need for homes and a demand for new hotels and offices and malls, you name it. The world as we know it will continue to develop. And as our world expands, so does the need to house and accommodate people. So to quell those statistics that I shared earlier, and to relieve some of the pressure on our planet, a new way of creating buildings has been long required. And that is where Partana Bahamas comes in. Partana Bahamas has pioneered the world's first building material that avoids emissions and removes carbon from the atmosphere during the curing process. This technology not only allows us to give something back to the environment by taking away carbon dioxide, it stands as a safe and clean option amongst heightening emissions and new levels of carbon dioxide entering the atmosphere through the construction process. Here at Partana Bahamas, the team and I have made it our mission to sit at the very front line and be in the forefront of this movement and present genuine solutions to a very real problem with the help of our revolutionary technology. So, for our story, I am personally lucky enough to work alongside a team of talented individuals, many of whom have directly witnessed and experienced the devastation of climate change themselves, just like I did and just like you did following Hurricane Dorian. Dorian was a life-threatening event for many in the Bahamas and also other Caribbean islands. And that's why, for me, the creation of Partana Bahamas was very much a personal mission. So you might be wondering exactly how did Rick Fox come up with this technology? Well, luckily for the world, I'm pleased to say that I didn't have to. The closest I've ever come to being a scientist is playing one on television in the television sitcom The Big Bang Theory. I am just fortunate to call some of the very clever people, some of the world's top material scientists, my teammates. And it was their work and innovation and hard discovery that led to a technology that is set to change how the world builds. What we currently have today, in simple terms, is a formula that allows our product to avoid the negative carbon dioxide emissions that other manufacturers generate and create when they build. Even against other green cement alternatives, Partana avoids all negatives and delivers plenty of positives. Not only do we avoid the negative carbon dioxide emissions that come from production, but we also remove CO2 through direct air capture. We believe that this is the first step in allowing the construction industry to give back. In terms of our competition, our product is just as affordable, durable, and versatile as traditional concrete. Through this innovation, we create carbon credits as well. We use recycled materials and are completely sustainable. Carbon credits, for those of you that may not know, are permits that allow the owner to emit a certain amount of carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases. One credit permits the emission of 1 ton of carbon dioxide or the equivalent in other greenhouse gases. Our concrete blocks actively remove CO2 from the atmosphere, whilst also being 25% stronger than traditional concrete, and therefore better placed to withstand adverse conditions, such as hurricanes. Due to the materials Partana's technology uses, our materials get stronger when they are exposed to seawater, making them an ideal solution for countries on the front line of climate change who are exposed to flooding. By simply using our products to build homes, we can generate enormous positive environmental impact. To give you guys a clearer picture, a standard home built today with cement produces around 70.2 metric tons of CO2 emissions. That's a negative. However, a standard Partana home avoids that negativity of cement and removes 54.2 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere, which is a lot of positive carbon being removed. In terms of the work we're doing right now in the Bahamas, we have an agreement, thanks to the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, to build 1,000 homes using our technology. Our plan is to start with an initial community of 30 homes in the near future and prove to the world what a technology is able to do. At COP27 last year, where I met many of you, and I hope a lot of you guys will be attending COP28 later this year, and I'll see you again. We announced our business to the world, supported by then a strong leadership position that the Prime Minister of the Bahamas took, who has personally challenged other developing nations to be a source of action and less talk. Since then, we've been able to scale our offering globally, having recently signed deals with partners across the Middle East and into the United States, as well as right here throughout the CARICOM region. In the Caribbean and throughout the Americas, we are manufacturing building materials that will support various nations on the front line of climate change to build more resilient housing. We are in talks with other Caribbean nations who want to use our materials for homes and for other of their infrastructures. So we present an opportunity for the Bahamas to lead not only this region's climate action efforts, but also our own neighborhoods as we bring our technology to the Caribbean, allowing them to also benefit from the impact that Partana generates. This year, we marked 50 years of independence. The Bahamas celebrated this past week. And to be able to address the next generation at this stage of growth for the region feels really special to me. Our islands, though beautiful, are filled with opportunity and home to some of the most inspiring people in the world, but are at threat from climate change. Like many other low-lying coastal regions, the Bahamas is disproportionately at risk to the threat of rising sea levels, coral bleaching, and increased storm intensity, and it is therefore crucial that we invest in resilient infrastructure to protect the places we love and the people we love. To all the young leaders gathered here today, I say, never underestimate the power that you hold within yourselves. Your passion, your ideas, and most importantly, your actions have the potential to shape the destiny of not only the Bahamas, but this planet. Please continue to embrace your roles as stewards of this environment, as advocates for sustainability, and as a catalyst for positive change. Partana's vision is to disconnect pollution from development in order to make the future a much safer one for all of you gathered here today. But we need your support. And with your support, we can build a world where green technologies are the norm and the planet is cherished and protected. Let's build a world that breathes together. A world where the Bahamas and every corner of our planet thrives for generations to come. Generations beyond me and generations beyond you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate Rick isn't able to be here in person today, but I wondered if anyone had any questions based on what you've just seen. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So essentially, basically the products used are steel, slag, and brine. And when mixed together, it forms a formula that actually removes CO2 from the atmosphere instead of creating emissions. There's more kind of technical details, obviously, kind of on the website in recent news releases, but it's essentially a new formula that was come up with a couple of years ago by Rick's co-founder, Sam Marshall, who is kind of the brains and the science behind the technology. Yes. So actually, Partana's housing is more cost effective because of the materials that are required. They don't need as many raw materials as a standard home. So I can't give you the exact price of the houses made, because obviously they all completely differ in terms of sizing and everything. But generally, overall, Partana's materials are more cost effective than a traditional cement home. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I think my question is twofold. Is there already a storage and building facility on New Providence, and how do we acquire the materials?
Yes, so there is already a building facility in Arawak Key. That's basically where Partana's factory is at the moment, their first factory, and they're building out. There are plans to have factories over in the States as well, so that news will be coming out later next month. But I'm sorry, what was your second question?
Can we go to the factories to get the material already? Like, is it already there?
Yes, so they're currently building the first model home over in Arawak Key, and when that's completed, then there are a number more that are scheduled to be built. There are 30, I think, on the island of Abaco, and then dotted around the Bahamas. But Partana signed a deal with the government of the Bahamas last year at COP27 to provide 1,000 homes here in the Bahamas.
Do we have to use the contractors provided by Partana, or can we just get the blocks from them and build on our own?
So Partana works at the moment with a number of developers and contractors. It's not kind of where you can go and purchase the raw materials right now, as it was only launched last year.
Is that something that's going to be in the progress?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
I just wanted to know this really cool, innovative technology. Are you seeking to teach Bahamians how to do this themselves, and are you also seeking to employ Bahamians to build these types of homes throughout the islands?
Yes, absolutely. That was a really, really big part of the deal that Partana signed with the government at COP last year. By committing to building 1,000 homes right here in the Bahamas, that will create 100 jobs for Bahamians. So, you know, whether that be kind of building, you know, doing the raw kind of manual labor, contractors, developing, the people that work in the factory, and obviously as we plan to grow and scale, we hope to employ many more Bahamians.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more? Great. I think we're all done. Perfect. Thanks very much, guys. Thank you.
So thank you again, Partana. So we will now have Dr. Bethel, who will lead the presentation for systems monitoring. Let's welcome Dr. Bethel.
Now, before I begin, why is this light in my eye? I'm going to move to the other side. I can't see a thing. So, before I begin, I've noticed an issue in this building. Can anyone tell me what it is? Well, yeah, anyway, in here. That's the first problem. But the second problem is that everybody who is in here are sitting in the back. Why? You scared? Who's scared? Please, everybody in the back, move to the front. I know you could see, but move to the front. Please. When you see me again this afternoon, I promise you I'm going to be the exact same way. Please, come to the front because I can't see anything at all. You can see me, but I can't see you. Please come to the front. Let's go, let's go. The sun is hot. Please. Is slightly different. And I still can't see a thing. What I'm going to do for you today is to give you another look at Hurricane Dorian. We've heard this name over and over and over again ad nauseum. You must be getting tired. Yes? Well, unfortunately, as tired as you may be, you have the privilege of being tired. There were many people who lost their lives. There are many people who lost their loved ones. And so you're tired, but the work has yet to begin. So you understand the problem? Yes? I cannot hear you. I would like to just briefly introduce myself. My name is Dr. Brandon Bethel, and I had to watch Hurricane Dorian from China, many thousands of miles away, and there was nothing I can do. Many of you would have had friends and families. Maybe some of you were there yourselves. And like me, when the storm was barreling down on you and your homes, there was nothing you could do. Am I wrong? That's okay. That's also a good answer. Both yes and no. The answer is both yes and no. But what I aim to show you today is that this Hurricane Dorian business, it need not happen like that a second time. Is that something we would want? I mean, it's so quiet in here, it's so dead in here. I can't hear anybody, no one's active. This is an interactive session here. Yes, no, I see someone on their phone. Oh my gosh, you guys are killing me. So I want to know from the students in the back, the ones that are not paying attention, because I can see you from here, do you want this to happen again? Oh, no, no. Yes or no? And so what are we going to do to prevent it from happening again? The students in the back. I want the students in the back. BNT, right? I know everybody in BNT. Do I need to call them this afternoon and say you are quiet? I'll do it. So, you want to be BNT in bright green and I can't hear you? I will call Dr. Davis this afternoon. So, let's try this again. Do we need to do this Hurricane Dorian business a second time? Oh. Together. Do we need to do this a second time? No. Better. And how are we going to do it? We're going to go through a series of events. What happened? How do we learn? What did we learn? And where do we go from here? I assure you, at every juncture of my talk today, you will hear what you've heard before, but I promise you, you will see what you've never seen before. Can I begin? I'm hearing over here, but nothing over here. Can I begin? Yes, better. So, everybody here should be familiar with a hurricane, right? Yes, can anybody tell me what a hurricane really is? I could read that. Can anybody tell me what a hurricane really is? A natural disaster, yes. What else? Go ahead. Good, good. Anybody else? Go ahead. Yes, but I need a more sexy answer. What is a hurricane? Come now, BNT, this is supposed to be you. Let's go. What is a hurricane? Give me the sexiest answer you can come up with. A monstrous cyclone. Let me give it to you how I would give it to my students. A hurricane, typhoon, all the same thing. These are tropical cyclones. But what are tropical cyclones? If you were to look at it from a thermodynamic perspective, hurricanes are a way that the Earth tries to release heat from itself. That's all they are. They are a heat engine, like the ones in your car. There is very little difference between them from a thermodynamic perspective. Do we understand that? Do we understand thermodynamics? You want me to go through it now or later? No, let's do it later, right? However, what is important is that as the Earth is trying to release that heat, it can only do so by sucking up heat from the ocean surface, converting that into extraordinarily intense winds. You have a lot of precipitation, and those winds and the precipitation, they cause very intense waves and a lot of flooding. Does anybody know the name storm surge? I hear people in the front, but none in the back. This BNT again. Do we know what storm surge is? Oh, So, BNT, I want you all to choose the person you like the most. Find the person you like the most. Be quick, be quick, be quick. Give me one person. Sacrifice somebody. And make it quick. Or I will choose somebody. No favorites. Okay, who just said it? Glasses right there, right? Good. You. Stand up, let me see you. Now, I hear y'all know what storm surge is. Tell me what storm surge is. All right. Now, I want you to choose somebody else. Choose anybody in this room, especially from the front row. They say they know what it is. Come to the front. Let's go. Be quick, be quick. Choose somebody. All right, there we go. Storm surge, what is it? Due to and high winds and waves and it starts with T. Happens twice a day, every day. And tides. That's what storm surge is. And so you can't imagine what that looks like in person, but has anybody seen it from space? You want to see that? Well, who say no? This damage. Where's the Abaco people? Where's the Abaco people? Anybody from Grand Bahama here? Anybody? Man, you all, okay, good. So this is nothing new to you, right? Sorry, go back. This is nothing new to you. This is a part of what happened then, what is happening now, and until we find sufficient money and resources to go and deal with it, it's going to look like that now, right? What you don't see in this photo are the lives lost. And so at the beginning of this conversation, I heard people say that they were tired of hearing about it. How can we be tired when this is every day? How can we be? I hear silence. Can we be tired? No, we can't be tired. Because if we're tired, we're not working. And if we're not working, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. This is an interactive kind of session here. We're not doing just listen. No, not in here. None of my classes are I talk and you listen. It is I speak, you speak, I listen, you listen. Deal? Excellent. If we are tired, that means we're not working. And if we're not working, this happens. Is that acceptable? Not just in terms of the damage, not just in terms of the, let's say, the $3.4 billion lost, but everybody in this room knows somebody or has a friend who knew somebody who encountered this and they don't have the privilege of being tired. Do we agree? So what happened? Can anyone describe it to me? What happened? Yeah. And it sat there 48 hours. So what happened? Hurricane Dorian came in, smashed into Abaco, and between Abaco and Grand Bahama, just decided to sit. And as I mentioned before, hurricanes are a massive heat engine. They've sucked up energy from the ocean, and they dump all of their energy into what? The winds. And a part of that energy from the winds is pushed into the waves. And if you have the winds and the waves and a high tide, what do we have? Storm surge. Massive. Where's BNT? They all disappeared. Find them. find them and bring them right to me. Sorry? Go ahead. We have what's called staring flows in the atmosphere. And if you've heard of the Bermuda High, right? It's a high pressure system over Bermuda, right? Depending on how that is pushing forward or pushing back, that can then guide the hurricane to wherever it wants to go. And so you have to think about those staring fluids in the atmosphere that governs now how these things move. But is there anything we can do about that? The answer is, unfortunately, no. Somebody go find BNT. And so there it is. Abaco first, Grand Bahama second. And, sorry? Someone go find BNT. I'm serious. They went where? Be quick. And so again, these you've seen before. And we need not see this again, right? There's flooding. You have a combination of storm surge, of intense precipitation. This you've seen before. This you've lived before. You can skip over it. And now we go into the meat. You see now BNT isn't here, making me upset. The meat of what I'm supposed to be teaching you all today, but BNT is not here. Shall we wait? I got to keep going? Time goes on, but yes, go ahead. They're all going up. That's the correct scientific answer. They're all going up. So this Hurricane Dorian thing, this is 2019, but it's going to happen again and again and again and again and again until we put a stop to that. Somebody go find BNT. Okay? So what I am going to discuss with you today is that the component of storm surge that I am most familiar with, the waves that are generated from these systems, I'm going to discuss them to you today. Now, when all of you go to the beach, anyone who hasn't been to the beach before? Nobody? Good. So when all of you are at the beach, the first thing you notice, other than the ocean's color, would be that undulating motion of water, right? Those are waves. We've seen those before, right? Now, they seem very fun to play in. Now, if you've gone to, let's say, Goodman's Bay, the waves are very, very gentle. It's fine. It doesn't matter, right? But if you go to Clifton Pier or if you go to Cabbage Beach, the waves are much, much, much higher, right? And the reason why that happens, does anybody know? Wind is one factor, yes, and? Sorry? Oh, there they are, just in time. You're absolutely right. So you can imagine now that the patterns of wave activity that you see is a combination of the winds, the overlying atmosphere, and the topography that the waves may have to go through, the bathymetry as well. Both factors are important. And so when we think about waves now, yes, it is something that we see at the beach. You play in it, in and out, fine, right? But I guarantee you it has extremely important implications for a wide variety of applications. And those, of course, include our very well-known coastal and marine tourism, right? Because you wouldn't want to put your tourists where the waves are too high because they'll just die in there, right? Then you'd have ocean engineering, maritime transport, renewable energy is my favorite, and climate change. But the way that we understand what waves are doing, we learned that through a set of different devices. We have buoys, we have high-frequency coastal radar, we have satellite altimeters, numerical wave models, and a variety of artificial intelligence techniques. Any questions so far? There has to be at least one question. Good. The official answer, as far as I am currently aware, within our, let's say, our territory, the answer is no. It is currently no. Right? Yes? Oh, yes. That comes at the end of it, right? So we need buoys. Any radar? No. The satellite altimeters, those are instruments you put on an actual satellite to go and measure waves. Do we, as a country, have any satellites in space? The answer is no. And can you believe it? Zimbabwe has one. We doing bad, right? So we have a variety of ways to measure these things. And I'm going to demonstrate that to you using the Hurricane Dorian example. Is there anybody from B&T who's bored? Oh, I can call Davis today. So, here we begin. Go. Go ahead. So, when we speak about satellites, I'm not referring to ones that are of a global scale, that they measure the entire planet. Because, of course, those are there, right? So you can track them using those satellites, but when I say satellite altimeters, what I'm referring to specifically are those that are hanging in geostationary orbit right above us. With satellites, what they usually do when they're measuring the ocean surface, and not the atmosphere, but the ocean, their algorithms, they turn off when they get close to land. They turn off when they get close to islands. And if you see our country, which is nothing but islands, you can imagine that the nearshore information that you would need, let's say from space, is simply not available. Why? Because the algorithms turn themselves off, so no measurements are made. Makes sense, right? It's unfortunate. But this is a problem that you could fix with money. A whole heap of money, but you can fix it with that. So what I have given you here, this is a map of the region. You have the Lucayne Archipelago where we are, and then I have plotted out the locations of 6 national oceanic and atmospheric administration buoys. They are within the region, but they're not within the country. But even by using this network, there's still much that we can do. This here would be a satellite. This is the Chinese-French oceanographic satellite, and it just so happened that when Dorian was going by, so was the satellite. Is that not exciting? Oh, yes. And almost second to last, we have ocean numerical models. Does anybody know what a numerical model is? Who said yes? Okay, go ahead. Oh, it's a secret. I will tell them for you. Is that okay? Okay. So what a model is, a numerical model, is simply a mathematical representation of the real world in a computer. I can take the ocean that you would swim in, I can take the atmosphere that you breathe, I can put it into a computer, and I can move backwards in time. I can come to today, and most importantly, I can go where? Forward in time, to the future, forecasting. Anybody know Basil Dean? Oh, yeah. I am imagining no one's very happy with Basil Dean. I am going to sit here and defend him to the day I die, because his job is very important and his job is very difficult. And yet we complain when it rains during Junkanoo, right? Oh, but he's supposed to know. Well, yes, but it's always a probability. And so when we do our forecasting, it is a matter of probability, what is likely to happen, not what will happen. Now, the sun rising, will it rise tomorrow? You sure? We don't know. Back to school you go, because it will rise tomorrow. But if you're going to ask me, will the wind go towards the north or go towards the east, it's a bit iffy, right? But the point that I'm trying to make here is that as long as we advance the science behind these things, see that equation there? Very long, very difficult. But when you finish school, when you enter university, this is baby work. Do we disagree? Man, okay, now, BNT, y'all hurt me now. Do we agree? It's baby work, right? Baby work, right? It's not baby work. I'm telling you this baby work. I'm telling you that, because this isn't anything at all. They get worse. But moving on. This you can ignore for now. But then we have this. We've all heard of ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is AI, right? Can we use ChatGPT in this work? No. You're going to have to find not the baby stuff. You're going to have to find the advanced, you spend 10, 11 years learning this kind of stuff. And the reason for that is that we want to ensure that our predictions are not just accurate, but they are done in a way that is computationally inexpensive. What does that mean? What does it mean to be computationally inexpensive? Go. Sorry? It requires much or less. So when I say computationally inexpensive, it means that I don't need a multi-$100 million machine to go and do. I can do it on my own laptop. You can do it on your own laptop. That is what I mean by computationally inexpensive, and the reason why I would want everyone to be seated here and BNT to be focused is because I am aiming to give you the tools to do it on your own. Is that fair? Do we see why I'm being harsh? I can't do it alone. I need you. Yes, ma'am. Boy, I wish my students were in here. They would murder you all. So, next question. What did we learn? What I did was to take just about every intense hurricane for the last 10 years, the wind data, the wave data, and I boiled it all down into a series of equations, into a series of models, to give rise to a series of forecasts. That is what this is here. Every line, all of the colors and the dots that you see, those are a different hurricane. How many of them are there? Plenty. That's the exact number. Good. And so once we can get this information using the buoys that are available within the region, we can then do something like this. These are measurements taken during Hurricane Dorian. Has anyone seen this before? You know why? Exactly. But no. The reason why you've not seen this before, it is because this data is currently not publicly available. That's why. I just came back home like a year ago, just now. But more important is that the buoys that recorded this information, they don't actually exist within the country. They are outside of it. And so what is important to NOAA, for example, is not necessarily important for us. And what is important for us is not necessarily important for NOAA. And so we don't have buoys where they matter, right? And if the buoys are not there where they matter, is the general public going to see it? No. That's a problem. It means, of course, that we're blind. We're shaking our heads, but this is an interactive kind of thing. Are we blind? Absolutely. And yet, using the buoys that are available, I can still show you what the wind speed is like, what the wave steepness is like, what the direction of the waves are like, and using this information, I can then do this. A few years ago, there was a model that was developed in the South China Sea. That model was meant to do predictions of the wave height using the wind speed. As I explained before, the waves are often and most dominantly controlled by the wind. So if you know what the winds are like, you more or less know what the waves are going to be like, right? But can we now describe that from a mathematical perspective? Can we do so? How do you know? Because there it is, right. But what you can see right there between these two models is that the form that they take is very similar. In fact, it's identical. What is different between the top and the bottom one? What's different? Sorry? What's different? The numbers are a bit different, right? And so one can imagine that these two, they should be more or less the same, right? Because the numbers aren't too different from one another, right? But what I see when we actually show you the difference between these two, this is what happens. we can take the surface wind field from Hurricane Dorian, that's in A, to the top left. Then we can get a numerical model, the data, the actual data from it, and plot it side by side. So where the winds are high, the waves are, I heard someone say low. Oh, you're killing me. But where you see the winds are high, the waves are high. And below, you see the two models, the Caribbean Sea model and the South China Sea model. Which one of those two looks more like B? Which one of the two, between C and D, looks most like B? C. You sure? How can you tell? How can you know? Well, the same shape, no, but the colors are roughly the same. And so what I have shown you just now is that using data from a buoy that was there very far offshore, none of you can see it, but I show you it is there. We can learn the relationship between the winds and the waves, develop a model that is between them, and then do predictions. But these predictions, as you can see for yourself, are better, much better than the one from the South China Sea. Is that not exciting? Because everyone's so quiet in here. Why is that? Because the coefficients have changed. And so, look here. Everything, so negative number, negative number, both the same, right? But if you look closely, the first one, the one on the bottom says 0.0173, right? But the one on the top says 0.1429. Where do we learn this information from? How do we get to change the coefficients? Does anybody know? Come on, I want to hear it. We've been talking about this all day. How do we learn how to improve the model? Sorry? Experience, but experience from where? Previous hurricanes, yes, but which one? One more time, I heard it. We learned this directly from Hurricane Dorian. Directly. And as unfortunate as what happened, as unfortunate as it is, there was a silver lining. We were able to do what? It starts with L. We were able to learn so that in the future, our forecasts will be a little bit more accurate. And if they are a little bit more accurate, maybe you can convince, I see someone sleeping in here. I want to hit him with something. Poke him. Poke him awake. Nobody sleeps in my class, ever. So we were able to learn. And we were able to learn because those instruments were there. Do we have any questions as yet? Do I have your attention now? That's a very good question. Do we have the answer for it? Say it louder so we can. But do we need to do that again? Do I have your attention now? Are you still tired? I don't hear BNT. I hear them in the front, but I don't hear BNT in the back. Are we still tired? Good. Look at that now. Go ahead first. Oh, we pray not. We pray not. Can you imagine a Category 6 hurricane? Can you imagine what kind of damage that would do? I hope not. Go ahead. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying I hope not. Right? But I'm hoping that I have your attention now. The people from Abaco, the people from Grand Bahama, this affected you first and most strongly. Do I have your attention? Is there nobody from Grand Bahama or Abaco in the BNT team? Because you are all still very quiet. Nothing? Nothing? Oh boy, we can have a long conversation today. So let's look here. I made mention that there are a variety of tools that we can use to go and learn about systems like this. I provide you another one. This one is the usage of a numerical model to go and simulate what the wave conditions of Dorian is like. Something that you pray that you weren't there to experience yourself. But now we can, at our leisure, go backwards now and forward in time. We can cut it up in any which way we want. We can look at Dorian in an absolutely brand new way, and that is only because we have the tools available to do the work. But we need to know if BNT and Co. will do the work. So will BNT and Co. do the work? Oh, boy, boy, oh, boy. I fear for the health of the nation. What do you see? What? I'm serious. Because nobody is as animated as I am about this. It cannot be just me. It cannot be. It's us too. But I can't hear you. I really can't hear you. So I don't know. Can we be a bit more animated in here? Yes. That's better, but still very little from BNT. So look here. That to the right is Hurricane Dorian the day before it made landfall. Has anyone seen this before? No. You've seen it before. Who said yes? You've seen this before. It can't be because it came out of my PhD. So if you've seen it before, someone copied it. I promise you that. So what do we see here? We see that when Dorian was just offshore, before it made landfall, the significant wave height, which is defined as the highest 1/3, so already the highest 1/3 of all the waves being measured, but then a significant wave height was measured at 12 meters. How many feet in a meter? There are 3 feet, right? So if you have 12 meters, how many feet of water is this? The exact number, I guarantee you, is a lot. That's the number we're looking for. It is a lot. But we could have done this modeling the day before, 2 days before, 3 days before, 7 days before. I could have shown you this a week before. And if you had seen this a week before, would you have moved? If you had seen this an hour before, would you have moved? You know why? Because it's not just me talking to you. You can see it for yourself, and the redder those colors get, and this is how it is scientifically, the more people die. Are we excited yet? Yes. No, I want to hear the front. Yes. So, can we repeat what I just said? The redder those colors are, which means what? It means that we can't be tired. Do we agree? So I spent most of today's conversation talking about Abaco and Grand Bahama for a reason. But what's this here? What this is if you see this line on the left-hand side, if you see that line going up, that is where the satellite went. And all of the data from that satellite, that shows up right here. What you see is the wind speed on the left-hand side and the significant wave height on the right is about 1.6 meters, nothing very large, right? Doesn't seem like it's a problem, right? Yeah. This is Hurricane Dorian when it made landfall. As you can see, those 10-meter wave heights are now slamming directly into Abaco, right? But for those who live on New Providence, let me see your hands. Yeah, most of you. I have a question. During Hurricane Dorian, very little of you paid it any personal mind because this was happening somewhere else, right? You were hurt, but I'm talking about, were you in fear of your safety, your personal safety here? It wouldn't, okay, so she says that Dorian didn't affect anything in Providence, right? So nobody was really checking for that, right? So, can we say that, let's say people of Providence, they look across the way and they were, terrified, but they weren't thinking of themselves, right? Can we agree with that? That's a mistake. Because what this shows is that when Hurricane Dorian hit Abaco, you see the gap between Abaco and Eleuthera? You see what's happening in there? Does anybody see what's happening in there? That gap allowed those highly energetic waves to pass right through it. To do what? To hit the northern coastlines of New Providence. And so you can imagine now, if you were sitting on the beach at Bahama, or you were sitting on the beach at Atlantis thinking, yeah, man, vacation time, the hurricane up there, would you have been safe? I assure you, you would not be here being merely tired today because you wouldn't have been here at all. What this shows is that, yes, Abaco and Grand Bahama took it. But did we get some too? And you can see that for yourselves. I need not tell you that. You need not believe me. But the data, what doesn't data do? Data doesn't lie. And now I can show you that. Oh, guess where my mother was? Yes. I'll do it. So, we got to speed it up, right? Because you're all killing me in here. But where was my mother on New Providence? Where was she? She was on the northern side. And there was nothing I could do. Yes. There was nothing I could do. But we're going to skip ahead because I want to show you something else. You see this here? This is tropical cyclone Nicole. Last year, northern coastlines, same problem, same reason. And here it is. See the people on the road? At risk. And you all are tired. We skip ahead. And we look now at how we can use artificial intelligence to do the exact same thing, but faster. We don't need to take 10 hours to do the simulations. We don't need to take 24 hours. We can do this in 30 seconds. And you all tell me you're tired, that no one's excited. How can that be? And so the last thing I say, you see the hairy man in the middle? You know what that is? That's me. But who is most important there? Not the children. You. That's you. Because when I am old and gray and tired, it is you that takes over. And you all tell me you're tired. And so what do we need? We need a whole heap of money to go and buy these things, to put them in the water, to put them on the coastline. And I need you to run it. Not me, but you. I'm talking to you, BNT. We need you to run it. Because if you don't run it, we're going to have a Hurricane Dorian every year from now till forever. Do we disagree? You need the buoys, you need the radar, but you also need very large computers. Without them, there is nothing we can do. And without you, BNT, because I see people on their phone. It means that there's no one to run these systems, and it means that we lose again. And you put my mother at risk. Is that okay? No. I'm going to end it right there. And I'm going to take one question, just one. Why? Because this is it. This is why I am being harsh with you all, because you all started off wrong. You all told me you were tired of hearing about it. That's unacceptable. That is what I am here, quite literally, today to do. I hope you're not tired anymore.
Thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause. Was that not a very passionate presentation? Listen, don't be tired this loud. Y'all give a standing ovation, give a scream, give a roar to let them know that you were definitely paying attention. Exactly. I hope that we gave you all the energy that we could. And BNT, let's give him an extra round of applause to let him know that you were paying attention. And I'm going to ask, are we tired? No. Let's one more time. Are we tired? No. All right, then. My name is Sasha Pinder, and you guys may have met me already yesterday, but here I am again today to continue to take you on this journey. Are we excited to learn a little bit more about climate change? Now, I saw on the program they had climate justice. That seems to be up next. And I'm like, what does the law have to do with anything? Why are we talking to a lawyer? Are we going to sue the sun for melting the ice? So I guess we're now going to find out from attorney Leslie Brown all about what the law has to do with climate change. Leslie Brown is an attorney at law at Cedric L. Parker & Co. She was called to the English bar in 2018 and the Bahamian bar in 2019. She has a Bachelor of Science degree in environmental science with a concentration in waste management and a master's degree in advanced legal practice. Leslie has a keen interest in environmental stewardship. She enjoys reading a good historical fiction book and taking part in water activities such as kayaking and scuba diving. Now, isn't that important, seeing that we're talking about all this climate change? Listen to me. Conference, let's give her a rousing round of applause to Miss Leslie Brown.
Good day, everyone. How y'all doing? It's good to see you guys, and I am very excited to be here. So as you can see from my slide presentation, we're going to be talking about climate justice and the International Court of Justice. Now, I think it's important for you to understand what climate justice is, for us to revert back to what justice actually is. Now, I'm going to need some help in explaining what justice is. I want somebody to tell me what justice means to them. Now, I came here today to bribe y'all. I got some chocolates in our scales, so you actually have to come up so you could get a chocolate to answer the question. So who's going to come up and say what justice means to them? Welcome to the stage. Welcome, everybody. What's your name? This is Alexa Adelie. Alexa, what does justice mean to you?
What is justice to me? That's a good question. Justice to me is, I'd say it's like when I have that, that freedom of winning, that, That's what I have so far. Yeah.
It means when you have a feeling of, okay, all right.
Or freedom of winning.
Get your chocolate.
Okay, justice means to me to be lawfully right and to go to the court to solve any situation or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like that answer. So I'm going to try and help you guys in describing. We have more questions. Y'all could stay. But I'm going to try and describe to you guys what justice means to me. And I'm going to use Lady Justice. So if you look at Lady Justice, she has the scales of justice in her right hand, right here. So the scales of justice represents balance. And that could be the balance, well, in this case, between Kit Kat and Snickers, or it could be the balance between individual rights. It could be the balance between societal rights and individual rights. And also, in today's presentation, we're really going to be talking about the balance of justice between country to country and their rights. The sword of justice, I couldn't find a sword, but the sword of justice means the enforcement of justice, right? And if you could see in the picture, Lady Justice is blind. So what that means is that justice is blind. Justice does not care what you ate for breakfast. Justice is objective. Justice does not care about your class, your race, your color, your creed, right? So do we have a good understanding of what justice is now? Okay. So moving on, let's try and go to what climate justice is. So I'm going to read this. I got this definition from Yale Climate Connections. I thought it was a really good definition. Climate justice is a term, and more than that, a movement that acknowledges that climate change can have differing social, economic, public health, and other adverse impacts on underprivileged populations. Now, I'm doing this presentation based on the fact that you already have an understanding of what climate change is. Am I right? Right, good. So I'm going to read it again. Climate justice is a term, and more than that, a movement that acknowledges that climate change can have differing social, economic, public health, and other adverse impacts on underprivileged populations. So let's move on to our next question. That is, and we're thinking about a global, we're getting into a global space now. Globally, do we all feel the effects of climate change? What is your answer?
My answer is, my name is Donisha Ferguson, and my answer is, this is true.
It is true. You get your chocolate. That is true. So in one way or another, we all feel the effects of climate change. But here's the plot twist. Do we, in a global sense, all feel the effects of climate change in the same way? Name and answer.
Kezia Johnson, and I think that may not be true. It's false because
If you go ahead.
it's just false.
Okay, it's false. Thank you. You can get your chocolate. You are right. So I'm going to now go into 4 factors of climate change, 4 effects of climate change, and say why there's a difference in how we experience climate change. So if we go now to factory air pollution. Now, historically, underprivileged populations have had to live in neighborhoods where governments have placed things like waste plants. And they've done this because people don't have the money to live in neighborhoods where they're not waste plants. So their health has been historically affected. Now, if we move to severe heat and rising temperatures. Everybody in this room is experiencing severe heat and rising temperatures. It is hot, right? It's really hot. But we're not the only ones experiencing this phenomenon. You have people in developed countries and people in not so developed countries experiencing severe heat. The difference is that people in developed countries, privileged populations, may have more of access to things like air conditioning, greenhouses. They have more access to health facilities to protect themselves when they have issues with severe heat. On the other hand, undeveloped populations and underprivileged populations would not. Now, when we move on to major storms, this is actually a picture post-Dorian. And I know we just had a whole presentation on Dorian, but this is to show that we have not yet fully recovered from Dorian, where you have developed countries who experience major storms as well, who already have recovered from their major storms. So we go on now to coastal erosion and rising sea levels. This phenomenon really affects people, native communities rather, who live close to the sea, and they live off of the sea and the land. As the sea levels rise, they lose their livelihood, their homes, their way of life. And to close off this section now, I'm going to give you a fun fact. So I don't know if any of you know that the Prime Minister of Kiribati has purchased land in Finland so that when the time comes, if the time comes, his people can gracefully migrate to Finland and have a place to call home. Now, could y'all imagine having to move to somewhere with no conch salad, no junkanoo, no culture, no tradition? These people don't even understand you. Could you really imagine having to do that? And I also use this slide because when I first heard about climate change, everything was about the ice caps are melting, the ice caps are melting. But as you'll see from the presentation today, and I'm sure you've seen already, not only the polar bears' habitats are at stake, our habitats are at stake as well. So if we continue on, where are my question, people? I have another question. The next question is countries and sometimes people who emit the most greenhouse gases negatively impact other countries that do not.
My name is Jayan Barrows, and this is definitely true. For example, countries in the up north, they produce the most carbon emissions, and then we, as the Bahamas, we're only a small country, so we suffer from it.
Thank you so much. You are absolutely correct. So I'm now going to move you guys into the International Court of Justice, which is located in The Hague in the Netherlands. I'm going to refer to the International Court of Justice as the ICJ for the rest of my presentation. So some important facts about the International Court of Justice. One, the ICJ is the principal judicial organ of the United Nations. It comprises of 15 judges who serve 9-year terms. The Bahamas has been a member of the UN from 1973. Happy independence, everyone. And UN states, like the Bahamas, submit to the jurisdiction of the ICJ. Now, what that means is the ICJ can provide judgments that resolve issues between member states. And also, more importantly for this presentation is, they provide advisory opinions on legal issues to UN bodies. Now, an opinion is important because an opinion is just what it is. It's how you feel about something. It's not legally binding. Now we're going to segue into the Vanuatu resolution, which was adopted this year by consensus during the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. All this means is that there was an agreement among the member states to ask the ICJ a question. And we're going to talk about the importance of Vanuatu later. But let's talk about the question now. The question that's being asked to the ICJ is, what are the legal obligations of states, which are big emitters, under international law to, one, other states, those states who are more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and two, future generations. That's you, that's my children, your children, and their future children. So what are the legal obligations? And another word for legal obligations is duty of care. Now, I'm an attorney, So we're going to go a little bit into the law. Donahue and Stevenson is a very popular case in establishing a duty. Lord Atkin in this case said, you must take reasonable care to avoid acts or omissions which you can reasonably foresee would be likely to injure your neighbor. Who then, in law, is my neighbor? The answer seems to be persons who are so closely and directly affected by my act that I ought reasonably to have them in my contemplation as being so affected when I am directing my mind to the acts or omissions which are called in question. Whew. Now, all that hullabaloo means do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? The golden rule. We're all familiar with the golden rule. Now, let's see what that really means. So establishing a duty of care would mean that we are all neighbors. Who likes to travel? Shout out to me. Where you like to travel? Fort Lauderdale? Well. Oh, you like to island? I love island hopping. Well. Europe, okay. So if we're connected by flights, and we're connected, I love shopping. Who loves to shop? So we're economically connected. I would think that we're all neighbors. What do you think? You think we're all neighbors? Yeah? Okay, I'm going to give you an example of what this neighborhood looks like. Now, I know y'all sitting back in these seats and saying, well, why, Ms. Brown, have these cloud-making machines on this side and these bareback people on this side? I'll explain. Thanks for asking. Thanks for asking what this is. So over here, we have a country that has fossil fuels created by factories, lots of them, right? And over here, we have the people of Vanuatu that I said I was going to get back to, who are affected by these emissions. Now, Vanuatu are a group of people who live by subsistence farming, and they are fishermen. Their economy is a tax haven just like ours. However, they are consistently affected by hurricanes, just like us. Vanuatu has been ranked as the country with the highest disaster risk worldwide by the Institute for Environment and Human Security. So these emissions are over here. Let's call this city New York. New York's emissions have negatively impacted Vanuatu. Do you think that New York has a duty of care to Vanuatu? I need a big yes. Thank you. It does. So and I'm wrapping up soon. Let's talk about the benefits of this advisory opinion, right? So, like I said earlier, an opinion is just how you feel. An opinion is after you do your research and you direct your mind to a conclusion. It could go either way. So, a favorable opinion, which would conclude that Vanuatu is a neighbor to the Bahamas, and the Bahamas is a neighbor to New York, and New York is a neighbor to Canada. That's a favorable opinion. Could help in fighting local environmental issues, and it could also give country support in suing other states for environmental wrongs before the ICJ. However, the opinion can go way left. They can conclude that we are not neighbors and there is no duty of care. So the opinion can include that big emitters don't have a duty, or that the principle of sustainable development is not even a part of international law yet. And in my conclusion, somebody come for this last chocolate and tell me where we fit. I hope you could answer.
I don't know, but I just cannot.
Where do we fit in this equation?
Like the Bahamas?
Yeah, where does the Bahamas fit? Are we a vulnerable nation or not so much so?
My name is Otley Russell, and I think we're a vulnerable nation because if like we ain't how you go put this? We ain't committing to we ain't causing climate change, but we can get affected by climate change, if that makes sense.
Get your chocolate. Thank you. I agree with you, young man, to an extent. To an extent. And that extent actually segues into my next point, my last point. We may be vulnerable, but we all have responsibility. We can't go around just emitting and emitting just because, oh, we're a smaller nation. And that big nation over there, China, is really doing the damage. No, we can't do that. Our own prime minister has spoken at many occasions in this fight for climate change. You've sat here and you've listened to all these presenters who've been telling you what you could do to fight for climate justice. That's really what it's been about. So I want you to do your own research. Get involved in climate change initiatives. Tell your friends about climate justice. Bring awareness to the issue. And continue to listen in the seminar because you guys are going to have to make the change. The end. Do you have any questions? Any questions? Thank you. Was I that thorough? One question. Somebody got to ask a question. Got to ask a question. I see a hand. Okay, what's the question? That's a very good question. And you know something, that is the very premise of the advisory opinion that has been asked by the ICJ. So they are going to say whether the Bahamas could even contemplate taking the United States before the International Court of Justice to ask something of that nature. That's actually a question I cannot completely answer because the opinion isn't out as yet. But thank you so much. One more? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that's a good question. I wish you had asked the Prime Minister when he was here, because that is actually something I would not be able to answer with my legal background. But I'm thinking you mean that if the advisory opinion comes out favorable and the United States would be seen to owe a duty to the Bahamas, what do we do if we win the case? What do we do with the money? I would ask the Prime Minister. One more.
My question is, why did you choose to do law?
Why did I choose to do law? Okay. I actually, if you guys listen, my first degree was environmental science. And I did that for 4 years. I came out of school and I said, I want to advocate for the environment. What is the best way to advocate for the environment? And my mentor just dropped the idea in my head that maybe you should go be an attorney. And that's what I did, and here I am today advocating for the environment. And I thank you guys so much for the opportunity. You guys have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your seminar.
Did we enjoy the presentation from Miss Leslie Brown? What did we learn? Give me one thing. What does the law have to do with climate change? You have to advocate for our environment. One more. Sound good to me. Sound like you was listening, gal. You was listening. Well, now I have a question. Are you willing to answer? Yeah, what happened? I have a question. Are you willing to answer? Are you hungry? Ah, that energy is. Feel free to make a single file line right out this door as we did yesterday, and you want to grab and go. You cannot eat inside of this auditorium. You have to make your way on the outside, but do enjoy your lunch and be back here in 1 hour. Okay, I need everybody back inside here by 2:20 p.m.
everybody is my fellow brother. Come from Europe, Africa, Australia, all of them is a fellow brother, God.
one and satisfied. Woman take you, then she make up. Man take one and satisfied. Woman take you, then she make up. Man take one and satisfied. And she said, Miss Lucy, hang herself in the mango tree. Miss Lucy, hang herself in the mango tree. Miss Lucy, hang herself in the mango tree. And when she came back, her lover was gone. Oh, where a ting-a-ling, your lover must be. Oh, where a ting-a-ling, your lover must be. Oh, where a ting-a-ling, your lover must be. Right down in the mango tree. Right down, yes, right down. Come on, right down. Right down, 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 right down. Right down, right down. Right down, down, down. Say what you like, do what you like. Still got you going my way. Come on and say what you like. Yes, man, do what you like. Still got you going my way. You can say what you like, do what you like. Still got you going my way. Man, you can say what you like, do what you like. Still got you going my way. Mama D vex with me, Mama D vex with me, Mama D vex with me. For what I don't know, Mama D vex with me, Mama D vex with me, Mama D vex with me. For what I don't know, way down the road, way down the road, way down the road. I don't walk with Mama D, Mama Brown, and a little dog. His name was Bobby Bingo, B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O. His name was Bobby Bingo, and his wife, and his O, and his U. Take it back, I don't want his wife, and his O, and his U. Take it back, I don't want it. Full top dress, up with soldier clothes. Went to the river to shoot some crow. Crows smell the fire and they all fly away, Lord. Bullfrog get vexed and they cry all day. Bullfrog dress, up in soldier clothes. Went to the river to shoot some crow. Crows start the fire and they all fly away, Lord. Bullfrog get vexed and they cry all day. Bullfrog be raining, don't go cross the road. Bullfrog be raining, don't go cross the road. Yes, man. Bullfrog be raining, don't go cross the road. Bullfrog be raining, don't go cross the road. Record snap, woo! Yes, man. Now did you see Uncle Lou when he fall in the well? Oh, Uncle Lou when he fall in the well, he fell so far that he went straight to hell. Oh, when he fall in the well. My mama told me 3 years ago I mustn't marry no lazy gal. Oh, no lazy gal, no lazy gal, no lazy gal. She said no worthless gal, no worthless gal, no worthless gal. I said my mama told me 3 years ago I mustn't marry no ugly gal. Say no ugly gal, no ugly gal, no ugly gal. She said no worthless gal, no worthless gal, no worthless gal. Check this, brown skin gal, stay home and mind your baby. Brown skin gal, stay home and mind your baby. Daddy gone away on a sailing boat, and if he don't come back, stay home and mind your baby. And then you're gonna wheel and turn me, yeah, you're gonna wheel and turn me. Then you're gonna fall down, yeah, you're gonna fall down. Yeah, you're gonna wheel and turn me, yeah, you're gonna wheel and turn me. Then you're gonna fall down, shake your body like tambourine. Hey, record scrap, come on, swing your partner, let's go. Hush yours. Good morning, Mr. Fisher. Good morning, Mr. Brown. Ding-a-day-da-day, bonga-dee-da-day-da-do. Man, the bone fish biting, ain't got no one to catch it. Every married man, get your own bone fish. Good morning, Mr. Fisher. Good morning, Mr. Brown. Be down run today, pretty down day. It's bone fish biting, ain't get no one to catch it. Every married man, get your own bone fish. Yes, small boy. Rest on. It's a sweet record.
check. Okay, and we are back. Good afternoon, everyone. Did you guys enjoy your lunch? Yeah, It sound like the itis. Y'all get up, everybody stand up, stretch for me. Just stretch. Come on. You can't still be eating. Come on, come stretch for me. Yeah, wake up. Oh, look at this one sleep. Come on, let's go. You done eat all them chocolate now. You ain't want to get up? Get up, come stretch for me. You guys go somewhere right now anyway. Yeah, you got to go right now. So, Amber, I'm going to ask you to give them a wave. So you want to follow Amber through this door on my left again, this very famous exit door, because you're going to head on over to the Frankie Wilson Center in room 1 for a breakout session on harnessing the sun. So you can just come right on out through this door. You can follow Amber, and she's going to take you directly to that breakout session. That is for everyone.
Testing, testing. Whoa.
Woke up early one morning to the rising sun. It's bonefish season and they on the run. I gotta find bonefish foley to catch me some. See, when it comes to bonefishing, he's number one. He's bonefish foley. He's so meek and lowly. Bonefish foley. He's the one and only. One day, here's what she had to say. Life's been unkind in so many ways. I'll be evicted with 5 children, yes, hardly a cent to pay the rent, hung down head. Here's what she said. Oh, how I wish I could fly. I'd fly away so high, up with the birdies, way up in the sky. Yo, DJ Future, things kinda getting to me. I need an escape. I'm sure many of you would relate. She said Monday stress, Tuesday stress, oh Wednesday stress, Thursday stress, Friday stress, oh Saturday stress, even Sunday, my only rest day. ting-a-ling-a-ling. She knows it's you, but she just let it ring. But you get swing, you get swing. You got no ting, 'cause you get swing, you get swing, you get swing. You get no ting, 'cause you get swing. Hey!
Lord, where you think this man is, man? All day I've been home with these little baby kids. And he reached for me. Well, anyway, I don't fall down the road to see if he down at this place down the road. And if he down there, there gonna be some problems. Because guess what? I got a headache and I tired mine. Every other night, Andrew would call round 8. Every other night, Andrew would call round 8. Every other night, Andrew would call round 8. Tell him nice little wife he gotta work late.
Yo, DJ Future.
But he goes to the bar to catch a few with the boys. Let dominoes, drink the liquor and make noise. Now Andrew say, man, you gotta be the king of your house. So make up your mind if you're gonna be man or mouse. The bartender shout across the room if Andrew there. Andrew said he boy to tell him I ain't here. And she said, tell all I ain't here. He better come on now. 'Cause these little children he got, they crying for their father. 'Cause he wouldn't like it if I had to come to that bar. So tell all I ain't here, he better come now. Listen, y'all better tell Andrew get to the school now. Because he wouldn't like me to come down there to that bar. Not tonight. You hear me? Yes. I'm in a state of ecstasy. I'm happy as can be. This must be the greatest thing in life to have you here with me. I've been waiting for a long, long time. I can't believe it's true. It's good to be here by your side and dance along with you. Some people never will understand why I'm bursting with pride. All I know is I'm glad you're mine, and my feelings can't hide. I can't sit down, and I'm spinning round, honey. Oh, look what you do to me. I'm in the mood, and I'm feeling good. Oh, look what you do. It's on my face, grab me round the waist, running. Oh, look what you do to me.
Yo, DJ Future.
I'm getting seen when I hear your name. Oh, look what you do. Give it to me now. One more time. Oh, yeah. Sing, Ronnie.
I thought the time had come and gone for me to feel this way. It's hard for me to understand. I'm happy every day. I've been waiting for a long, long time. You must believe it's true. It's good to be here is legal, then I come to you. You gave me food, clothes, and protection too. You said don't worry about a thing, just show your loyalty. It's the comfort that you'll bring. When I look around, I got papers and passport working on my visa. I soon gonna be straight. Boss lady tell me send for family. She can clean the house and iron the clothes for me. Confidential, it's a confidential thing. This matter is serious. We don't know what it will bring. Confidential, we must regulate this thing. Confidential, we don't know what it will bring. Modern prison week in Alabama, Exuma, Run Bahamas, and Ryland. Now for the capital, Carmichael Road, Carmen Road. Now for the Lincoln Coast. Oh, but come back home to me. Don't stay by your family. Can't stand this torment and misery. Without you, my life is so hard, night and day and sigh. Sandra, honey, bunch, I miss you by. Sandra, where are you tonight? I wonder. Sandra, absence made my heart go small. Sandra, oh, don't leave me no longer to suffer. I went to the dance the other night. Everybody looks there. I said over and over and over again, this dance is gonna be a drag. I said over and over and over again, this dance is gonna be a drag. Don't bring that song for me. It brings back memories.
Yeah, you see, this the voice of the East, the Rake and Scrape General, your party animal, your celebrity chef. And I am here representing for my boy, the one and only DJ Future. Yeah, you see, Rake and Scrape or nothing, keeping Bohemian music alive, taking Rake and Scrape to the world. DJ Future, use the party animal. Yeah, you see, Rake and Scrape to the world. Keep pushing Future. You got Rake and Scrape in the future.
You know that you lie. Darling, I love you. You know that you lie. You lie, you lie, lie,
Jolly gray, your boat, need it bailing out. Yeah, that sailor man sound.
Party time, ready.
Yeah, you see, Rake and Scrape to the world. Keep pushing Future. You got Rake and Scrape in the future. Listen!
Jolly gray, your boat, need it bailing out. Yeah, that sailor man sound. Jolly gray, your boat, need it bailing out. Yeah, the sailor man sound. If you wanna go to heaven, put the radar on your head, boy. That's a sailor man sound. If you wanna go to heaven, put the radar on your head, boy. That's a sailor man sound. Hear it bum, hear it bum, hear it bum 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 bum. Feel it bum, feel it bum, feel it bum 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 bum.
Yeah, you see, Rake and Scrape to the world. Keep pushing Future. You got Rake and Scrape in the future. Listen!
Give me my red shirt, baby. Give me my shoes over there. Give me my shoes over there. Give me my red shirt, baby. Give me my shoes over there. Give me my shoes over there. Girl, if I don't ever see you no more, I swear to God it'll be too soon. I swear to God it'll be too soon. Oh, I came home early one morning, about 10:30. I knew that something was wrong, Lord, I couldn't get in. I walked to the back door just to pick my lock. Great God, when I deep inside, this man was pushing. Oh, give me my shirt, woman, give me my shoes, oh, dear, oh. Girl, if I don't ever see your black ugly face no more, I swear to God it'll be my shoes. Oh, give me my shirt, woman, give me my things, oh, dear, oh. Lord, give it up, give me my shirt, mama, give me my Jordan to the day room. Give me my shoes, every time I'm behind back home. Girl, if I don't ever, never, girl, if I don't ever see you no more, I swear to God it'll be my shoes. Give me my shoes, every time I'm behind back home. Great God, too soon. Give me my shoes, give me all my things to do. I gone to City Meat Market just to buy one bread. I knew that Sandman was spooky, this woman keep packing her head. I sneak round the car lawn just to peep inside. Great God, when I opened my eye, this man was in your pie. Oh, give me my shirt. Oh, give me all my clothes in the room. Girl, if I don't ever see your black ugly face no more, I swear to God it'll be too soon. Give me my shoes, every time I find. Oh, give me my shirt, mama, give me my shoes over there. Give me my shoes, every time I find. Lord, give me my shirt. Oh, give me all my clothes in there. Give me my shoes, every time I find back home. Girl, if I don't ever, never, girl, if I don't ever see you no more, Lord, I swear to God it'll be too soon. Give me my shoes, every time I find back home. Great God, too soon. Give me my shoes, give me all my things, oh dear, oh Lord. You said you're going to prayer meeting just to praise the Lord. I knew he wasn't no deacon, so I tell George to follow y'all. Y'all drive down the road, then y'all park the car. Great God, when George woke up, all he heard he was sticking to. La, 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 la. Sam. Buy down, oh, Sam. You steal my partner, 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 oh, Sam. I had a gal named Emily. Sammy stole my baby away from me. Sammy took her on the floor. I never saw my baby no more. You steal my partner, oh, Sam. You steal my partner, oh, Sam. You steal my
Yo, DJ Future.
Livingston. Don't mind Livingston. I hear la la la. I hear la la la. Don't mind Livingston. Don't mind Livingston. I hear la la la. I hear la la la. Going down Bremen Road, going down Bremen Road, going down Bremen Road. I can't lick nobody. Don't lick nobody. Don't lick nobody. Don't lick nobody. Don't lick nobody. Going down Harrow Road, going down Robinson Road, going down Carmichael Road. I can't lick nobody. Don't lick nobody. Don't lick nobody. Don't lick nobody. Don't lick nobody. Bullfrog dressed up in soldier clothes went to the river to shoot some crows. Crows smell fire and they all fly away, Lord. Bullfrog get vexed and he cry all day. Bullfrog dressed up in soldier clothes went to the river to shoot some crows. Crows smell fire and they all fly away, Lord. Bullfrog get vexed and he cry all day. Do a nanny, do a nanny, do a nanny, how you do? Yeah, do a nanny, do. Do a nanny, do a nanny, do a nanny, how you do? Yeah. Hey, 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 Bahama Rock. Hey, 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 Bahama Rock. Everybody's out there on the dock. They're doing what we call Bahama Rock. Hey, 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 hey. Oh yeah, Bahama Rock.
Thought I was in love before until you move in next door. Pretty blue eye, I love you. Pretty blue eyes. All the guys in the neighborhood say, darling, that you sure look good with your blue eye. I love you. Pretty blue eyes.
used to hear the older men talking by the bar. They talk about the things they did when they were young and strong, and how things are better now than it was before. I didn't understand what they meant back then. I'm a little older now. I think I comprehend when they say age ain't nothing but a number. You're just as old as you feel. Yo, DJ Future. Even though I move a little slower, everything I do is twice as sweet, just like wine. All time. Champagne, my name, caviar from afar, candy, brandy.
Tonight you're mine completely. You give your love so sweetly. Tonight the light of love is in your eyes. But will you love me tomorrow?
Mamale, mamale. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw you with your boyfriend just the other night. He had you snatched up, y'all really, really tight. I'm not that kind of fella who like OBP, but I must admit, y'all, I feel a jealousy. Every time I see ya, I break the golden rule. I had a crush on you, girl, from we was in high school. But homeboy beat me to the deal because I never told ya. Now we plan to take you down the aisle to have and hold ya. But oh, girl, if I had you, the things that we could do. Girl, if I had you, oh, the things that we could do. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. I'll be doing wrong the rest of my life. I'll be doing wrong the rest of my life. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Record start! Miami! Woo! Come on! Bring it! Woo! Oh, go! Woman pull up to Miami airport door with the biggest box I ever saw. She said, take this down to Bahamas there. You get a big, big tip once you get it there. Nah, you know, I just wait for tips. But it's this wake me broken up my hip. I ain't mature, I got a thing to prove. But this the biggest box that I ever tried to move. She had the biggest box in the world I ever saw. Where all she got, who could ask for more? That means she buying Miami must be spoiled. She got the biggest box in all the world. Come on, woo! Hey, come on, oh, it's big, I see. Man, you need to see it. Woo! Oh. Check it. Look. Woo! Soca.
One day I met this young lady, as fine as can be. She invites me for Sunday dinner with the family. She said, give me you're the guest, what you want to eat? I say, you better cook a cow, cause I like to eat all the meat. All the meat, all the meat, all the meat. No rice for me. All the meat, all the meat, all the meat. I like the meat. All the meat, all the meat, all the meat. I want the meat. All the meat, all the meat, all the meat. Hit the horn.
Watch me. Just like the boogeyman, just hike your home. That's how the stroke man does come when she all alone. When you leave your house, he sneaking like a rat, knocking over all your things and tickling your cat. When you get back home, ain't no way to tell. He even ain't leave a clue, no trace, no smell. Now your woman acting different, he done ring she bell. She's smiling from ear to ear, contented as well. When you ain't handling your home, stroke man kicking on you. When you leave your woman alone, stroke man kicking on you. See, she might have her ways, and that is true, but when you don't pay her no attention, stroke man kicking on you. Come on! Ah, yeah!
All up in my grits and corn. Deep in it. I hope you can handle it.
Your DJ Future. Yeah, your turn is finishing.
Bad little lady, you should be driving me crazy when she looking her lips and moving them hips like come here, baby. I wanna take her down now. She wanna hit the town now, and she all dressed up, drip on flood, bottom of her boots on blood. DJ
Hold your
Future.
chest and touch the rest and shake it up, shake it up. Shake it up, shake it up. Push. Shake it up, shake it up. 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 Shake your body line.
Ding, ding, ding. Watch this. Check it out. You're looking mighty sexy. The way you shake your boogie, yeah. Oh gosh, you're screaming like a banshee. I can hear you from way across town. You're making me go crazy. The way you wind up boogie, yeah. Oh gosh, you're gonna call me lazy. Yo, DJ Future, the peanut coursing through my bag. Girl, you're whining, you're whining, you're whining, you're whining, yeah. You're whining, you're whining, you're whining, yeah.
Now it's on. Now it's on. Oh my God. I was on the wagon, but I fell off. I was on the wagon, but I fell off. I was on the road, but I fell off. Was on my way to heaven, but I fell off.
When you young or older, you got to rock your shoulder. Yo, DJ Future. Body in the mood, and make that waistline move. When you young or older, just do like I be told ya. Put your body in a trance, and do this brand new dance. Everybody ought to swing, 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 swing. Everybody, you can swing, 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 swing. I can't enough. Way down by oh, just what we can do. I can't enough. Way down by oh, just what we can do. I text this girl, she texts me back. She said she ready for some of that. I say what you talking about. She starts to shout. I pick her up. We head down on a way down by oh, just what we can do. I got enough. Way down by oh, just what we can do. Last night you go to a party, come back with a hickey. You say mosquito do that. Conchita, Latino mosquito. It was something bigger, girl like for the rat. Something just ain't right. Latino mosquito bite. Something just ain't right. Why you acting so uptight? I know you know. I can tell you one thing. I'm watching it up. Man, I telling you. Woman, man, this can be true. What did I do to you? To get treated like this from you? Say why me? What the hell I do to she? For her to gonna cheat on me? Ooh, baby, ooh. Say Saturday, Sunday, I work double time. But when I get home, things ain't the way I left behind. When I walk through the door, things are all out of place. My bedroom all beat up. My woman got a smile on her face. My big piece of chicken gone from out of the pot. Man, this only could mean one thing. Someone eating in my spot. Man, I telling you. Woman, man, this got me true. What she fat, just 'cause she fat, just 'cause she fat. She whine like that 'cause she fat, just 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 'cause she fat. Oh, she whine like that. Turn round and let me see. Turn round and let me see your boom pineapple wine. You call it 50 all the time. Turn round and let me see. Turn round and let me see your boom pineapple wine. You call it 50 all the time. I got a new dance, hot like pepper pot. From the old to the young, gonna make your body rock. It's really easy, easy peasy. You can do it anywhere. Jump around like you don't care. Sing it. Turn round and let me see. Turn round and let me see your boom pineapple wine. You call it 50 all the time. Turn round and let me see. Turn round and let me see your boom pineapple wine. You call it 50 all the time. A young man broke his leg, old granny broke her back, and Jimmy got a migraine from a falling coconut. The doctor was confused. He has the solution. A bottle of the apple wine was his prescription. He cured the broke leg, he cured the bad back, he cured the migraine, he even cured the heart attack. The people started jumping 'cause they was feeling fine. The sweetest medicine was the boom pine wine. Tell me, 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 boom pine wine.
Stilito in the building, boy. Watch it now.
Bam, 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 bam. All you wanna do is bam, 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 bam.
Hey!
Bam, 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 bam. All you wanna do is bam, 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 bam.
This couple had a problem in their bedroom one night. The wife from the phone call and say you wanna fight. She dial 911 STILET. Say please send someone to come take this man from me. I say maybe I'm not the sergeant, but I'll summons him this advice. Before he touch you again, that man better think twice. But is he unlawfully trying to intrude? She say it's his job to get me in a party in moody to like bam, 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 bam.
All you wanna do is bam, 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 bam.
Give me that one.
Bam, 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 bam. All you wanna do is bam, 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 bam,
No, mama, we ain't gonna rake and scrape. We can clean the house just like you say. That's right, right? Yeah, that's right. We ain't rake and scrape.
Mama don't like no raking and scraping in here. Mama don't like no raking and scraping in here. Hey, he don't care, but mama don't like no raking and scraping anyhow. Mama don't like no raking and scraping in here. Now mama don't know that we are up. I ain't talking up the race up, rake and scrape and pump into our veins. We can't wait till she go out. We're gonna rake and scrape beside the stuff. Yeah, the neighbors scream and shout. As soon as mama got to the door, turn around and she said, no raking and scraping, I'll be back after 4. Clock on the wall, say after 9. Say, fellas, all we got is time. Not knowing what mama had in mind. Mama don't want no raking and scraping in here. Mama don't want no raking and scraping in here. We don't care what mama don't like, no raking and scraping anyhow. Mama don't like no raking and scraping in here.
Man bad, woman bad. 6 and a half dozen, same thing. Man a scheme, woman a scheme. 6 and a half dozen, same thing. Man lie, woman lie. 6 and a half dozen, same thing. Man like juice, woman like juice. 6 and a half dozen, same thing. You say you don't trust me. I say, baby, why? Say when we go out, I can't control my eyes.
When we reach the party, you just disappear. On your boys cover for you can't find you nowhere.
Some man look around. Look around, 2 man is scheme on woman. Scheme on man, 2 man is make up the truth. Got their own truth, man is come home late. Come home late too.
Man bad, woman bad.
6 and a half dozen, same thing. Man scheme, woman scheme. 6 and a half dozen, same thing.
Man lie, woman lie.
6 and a half dozen, same thing.
Ladies, get yourself one.
something on this side. It's right in your something you can't hide. When your man them choking, tell them see you later. That's when you pull out your backup generator. We all need one. You know, BC back up sometime.
You all ready for this? Here we go. Say she promised she gonna marry me, but she run away. She promised she'd be faithful to me, but she scheme on me. Say she take all my money, she take my car, my virginity is with her now. Now going crazy, can't even sleep, can't even eat. I don't want to drink. I should have listened to mommy, I should have listened to papi. Man, this girl has the heart to take my ring. I nearly married the Garland. 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 Rick and Scrap. Oh yeah, yo DJ Future. Skull the boy. See the roach? Mash the roach, man. You ready again? Everybody clap your hand. That's it. Come on. Jump with J style. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Stern, 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 stern. To the bow, 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 bow. To the port, 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 port. Now stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Oi. Stern, 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 stern. Now bow, 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 bow. To the port, 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 port. Now stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Music. Oh yeah. Yo, DJ Future. You don't know how to come style? Let's do the come style. Come on. Knock on Johnny, knock on one. Knock on Johnny, knock on one. Knock on Johnny, knock on one. Knock on Johnny. Now freeze. Yeah, y'all thought we was finishing. Everybody, clap your hand.
Straight out of the 242.
Go! Let's get it.
Here's DJ Future.
I can't explain it, I don't know what to do. Girl, you got me going crazy, I can't get over you. Every day I wake up, the first thing that I hear is
Happy
the sound
Independence
of your laughter ringing in my ear. No one I remember has made me feel this way. Must be the way you held me when we were on a date. You took me to the dance floor and danced the night away. Mashing roach and sculling to the rake and scrape. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, with every beat of music I hear, I dance with you. I can't control it when you are around me. You've got me dancing again. So, girl, you got me
me going crazy. You've got me feeling young and sexy. I can't imagine being without you. Oh, girl, come on and dance with me.
What's good? It's your boy DJ Future, and you can follow me on all social media platforms at DAFuture242.
I can't explain it, I don't know what it is. Boy, you got me jumping, it never feel like this. When I in the kitchen or hanging up my clothes, you should see me dancing, tipping on my toes. Got to be the rhythm you put down on the floor. When you took me dancing, it made me want you more. You were looking sporty, you were looking great. Mashing roaches calling to the rake and scrape. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, every beat of music I hear, I dance with you. I can't control it when you're around me. You got me dancing, my dear. Oh, well, you got me going crazy. When you put your arms around me, I can't imagine being without you. Baby, come and dance with me.
Girl, you got me going crazy. You got me feeling young and sexy. I can't imagine being without you. Hey, babe, come on and dance with me. Come on, girl. Let me see you do the skirt.
Happy Independence!
Now, come on. You don't do that. Let me see you mash the roach. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, with every beat of music I hear,
I can't control it when you're around me. You got me dancing, my dear.
yeah, you got me going crazy. You got me feeling young and happy.
I can't imagine being without you. Hey, Ronnie, come and dance with me.
Yeah, you got me going crazy. You got me feeling young and sexy. I can't imagine being without you. Hey, baby, come on and dance with me.
Boy, you making me go crazy. How you whining on my body, Ronnie? I can't imagine being without you. Come on, Ronnie, dance with me.
I love to dance
Come
with you.
dance with me.
I'm feeling oh so good. No matter what you do, come let's dance some more. Hey, gonna mash the roots all across the floor. I'll dance with you all night. Dance until the morning light.
I'm in a state of ecstasy. I'm happy as can be. This must be the greatest thing in life, to have you here with me. I've been waiting for a long, long time. I can't believe it's true. It's good to be here by your side and dance along with you. Some people never will understand
time for everything under the golden sun. I'll wait in this whining session, I'm already on the run. I'm a woman in the mood, my body is shifting, yeah. He's still asking me questions, want to know how much I care. I tell him to keep on whining, please be quiet 'cause I can wait. You be the hook, boy, and I will be the bait. I say, boy, you better take note. Who can ask for anything more? I'm giving you all I got, boy, still you're asking me for more. Just shake, 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 shut up and shake like you never shake before. Hey! Yes, man! Like it! Lately he's been quiet, don't hear much talk these days. He must see finally realized he had to change his ways. Do you think the tide is turning? I'm doing the same thing too. Wondering if he loves me, if I'm his curler's boo. Say now we gain instruction, he's new and improved. Giddy up and like a stallion, saying to shut up and move. I feel like a fool now, talking in between. Shake what my mama give my, he's testing the whining queen. I say, boy, you better take note. Who can ask for anything more? I'm giving you all I got, boy, still you're asking me for more. Just shake, 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 shut up and shake like you never shake before. I say, oh, will you listen to me? Hey! Oh, do you hear me clearly? 'Cause this is a whining, shaking time. So let both of us give and take and whine. Loves me. Say, boy, you better take note. Who can ask for anything more? I'm giving you all I got, but still you're asking me for more. Just shake, 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 shut up and shake like you never shake before. Yes, y'all. Oh, will you listen to me? Oh, do you hear me clearly? Hey, 'cause this is a whining, shaking time. So let both of us give and take and mind.
Thought I was in love before until you move in next door. Pretty blue eyes, I love you. Pretty blue eyes.
Happy Independence, boy.
Thought I was in love before until you move in next door. Pretty blue eyes, I love you. Pretty blue eyes. All the guys in the neighborhood say, darling, that you sure look good with your blue eyes. I love you. Pretty blue eyes. Saw you from my window, my heart skips a beat. Go sit by your doorstep so that I can win your love. Pretty blue eyes, please come out tonight so I can tell you, baby, what I have to say. That I love you, I love you. Pretty blue eyes, and I love you, baby, I love you. Pretty blue eyes. Hit that.
Look out, Exuma. Long Island. Freeport. Andros. Nassau. All the flowers, all the flowers, all the flowers gone. All the flowers, all the flowers, all the flowers gone. Where all the flowers gone?
Good afternoon once again. How are we feeling? I don't understand that. How are we feeling? Okay, now, everybody with a cell phone, just ease this way, because someone in here knock right out sleeping. Wake up, man. What happened? I just going to tell everybody take a selfie with you and tag you all over social media. You would hear knockout. Wake up. The food was good, eh? Is the food or the heat? It was both? Okay, I feel that. But I need you to be awake for this one. I'm sure you are going to want to be awake for this one, all right? Now, I don't know if y'all already take your selfies and post them and y'all make sure tag the social media pages, but we'll come back to that because we have something very exciting that's about to go on, and I am going to introduce Mr. Benjamin Davis. He is the president and the founder of Drive Green Car Rentals. A graduate of the University of the Bahamas with dual degrees in business management and honors music, Benjamin has harnessed his passion for cutting-edge technologies and automobiles to establish his groundbreaking company. Drive Green Car Rentals stands out as a premier rental agency specializing exclusively in fully electric vehicles. With an unwavering commitment to sustainability, their impressive fleet comprises 100% of electric cars that operate without internal combustion engines, eliminating the need for gasoline and emitting zero tailpipe emissions. In 2017, Benjamin turned his lifelong interest into reality by launching Drive Green Car Rentals, which received vital support and funding through the Small Business Development Center in the summer of 2019. Through his innovative venture, Benjamin aims to revolutionize transportation in the Bahamas by promoting a more sustainable and eco-friendly approach. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Benjamin Davis.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, Miss Pena made that sound so fancy. I don't even know if I have good things to tell you all now. My goodness. Alrighty, but it's a pleasure being here today. And what we're really looking at today is driving towards a sustainable future. And I threw in there empowering youth for climate action. So everyone in here, I understand, is between the ages of 15 and 25, right? So that's the prime time. Sorry, I got that wrong. Somebody's. Oh, okay. But we can say yeah. Everyone is 25 today. Listen. I am also 25. Okay, we can go with that. Okay. So no, not all of that. So yeah. So like I said, I thought it was such a great idea to actually get in here today because these are the years that you kind of sort of get to know what exactly is you want to do. If you're all here today, I'm hoping at least that means that you all have some kind of care for climate change, you have some kind of care for the environment, and you're thankful that we live in a country that's the land of sand, sea, and sun. Now, granted, the sun been sunning a little much these last couple of days, but, you know, we're thankful for the air conditioning we got today. But I'm going to go ahead and get started for today. So we already had that lovely introduction by Ms. Pinder, so I don't have to go through any of that, but the first part is just a little bit about me. The second part is a little bit just about transportation. So I'm here to talk about transportation today, and transportation accounts for 28. So that's more than a quarter. That's the largest share of all greenhouse gases. So you got, you know, the industry sector, you have, you know, the energy sector, but transportation, how we get around. So whether that's hopping inside the car to come to the symposium today, for those of you who came from the Family Islands, hopping on that Bahamas Air, hopefully they didn't too late, but you still got here. For those of you who may have come further, for those of you who've been, you know, in different countries where you have the train system, the metro system, so all of that counts as transportation. You're talking about the jitneys, you're talking about those big trucks that get all of those, you know, the packages that you order from Amazon that come on the flatbed. We're talking about the big loads of fill that come on those dump trucks. So transportation, the largest sector of greenhouse gases. So, of course, it's important for us to really have these mitigation plans and be able to address these and be aware of what's really going on in that sector. So this is day 2 of your climate change and climate awareness youth expo is what I'm going to call it, but it's a conference. But most of this should already be something that you already know. So it's up on the screen, but just somebody yell out to me, what is climate change? What's the general part of climate change here? But I got to be able to hear you. Okay, I got a hand up here. Okay, so the rising of the Earth's temperature, and that's pretty much in a nutshell what it is, without being all fancy, without being crazy there. And but when you look at climate change, you do have the rising of the Earth's temperature, but you're also going to be looking at the overall shift in weather patterns. So we're looking at, most of it really has to do with, like you say, global warming. I think climate change really is the new quote-unquote global warming, because you're looking also at stronger storms, looking at more unpredictable weather patterns. Right before lunch, you had a talk looking back at Hurricane Dorian, and we're saying how these stronger storms, these storms that are outside of the norm, these storms that sit over one place for 48 hours just dumping tons and tons of rain, these are going to become more and more commonplace over the years if we don't do something about this. So yeah, so like you said, we're looking at an overall long-term shift in these weather patterns and temperatures for a particular place. Global warming, like I say, is kind of sort of the old version of what we call climate change now, because we're looking at so much more than just rising temperatures. We're also looking at rising sea levels. We're looking at more predictable, we look at more unpredictable, so we're looking at stronger storms. And a lot of these things are as a result of these rising temperatures, like my friend down here in the front row said. So I got a question for you all to see who was paying attention during, maybe make sure I get the name here, Dr. Bethel's presentation. He talked about Hurricane Dorian. What did he say? He asked the audience, he said, what is a hurricane? And he gave this interesting definition that I never really heard of all cumulated before into one nice kind of sort of round definition. But what did he say? Sorry? Okay, sorry. Okay, so there's a mic there, but okay, so go ahead and, is somebody about to say something? Okay, go ahead. Or if you just shout it out, I'll just repeat it as well so everyone can hear. Okay, yeah, just sort of shout it out for me. Okay, that's exactly the answer I was looking for. Thank you very much. So he described the hurricanes as a heat engine. He said that's basically the way that the Earth is trying to get heat out of the core. So he's talking about all these rising sea levels that are fueling these storms. So when you look at climate change being advanced with the increased amount of greenhouse gases from burning all of these fossil fuels, which kind of course, makes the Earth warmer, which of course makes the oceans hotter, which of course gives these storms more and more fuel. I mean, there's even been talk of potentially having a Category 6, because even if you look at Dorian was kind of maxing out what Category 5 is that we know on the Saffir-Simpson scale. So another thing we're looking at is increased sea levels, so rising sea levels, which of course affects countries like us here in the Bahamas, where our highest point is what? 206 feet, and I heard Mount Alvernia, so there you are, right on the money. So, and that's only in Cat Island. The highest point in Nassau is probably a lot less than that. I mean, you look at what happens, we had, right before all of this sun came, we had about 2 weeks of rain, and you look at downtown, you look at all the potholes, everything just instantly kind of sort of gets flooded. My yard was, I couldn't even reach the car. I had to walk through water up to my ankles, you know? So it's kind of crazy when we look at things like that. But once again, going back to transportation, saying that once again, that's accounts for the largest sector in emission of greenhouse gases. Now, I'm sure it was mentioned at some point earlier in the last 2 days that you've been here for this climate conference, but we all know that greenhouse gases, we're looking mainly at carbon dioxide, we're looking at methane, we're looking at these gases that kind of sort of trap the heat into the Earth's atmosphere. That is kind of sort of, think of it like your comforter at night. So, you know, when you hop in and you got your AC on, you know, North Pole, and you got, you're like, everything really, really, really cold, but you snuggle up underneath your blanket. But then you ever wake up around 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're like hot as could be, and you're trying to figure out, well, hold on, where all this heat come from? You take off the blanket, and you right back to cold again, because basically that's pretty much how the Earth atmosphere works. So you get all that heat from your body now that's kind of sort of trapped underneath this blanket. But what we really want to look into is being able to reduce these emissions. So we have a couple of ways to reduce these emissions by switching to some alternate fuels. So we have battery technology, we have biofuels, and we have also fuel cell technology, and the biggest one for that right now is the hydrogen fuel cell. Now, the interesting one I want to actually bring up, in which you would think would be electric cars, but I actually want to ask a quick question. Is anyone familiar with biofuels? Yes? Okay. And is anyone familiar or does anyone know that there's actually a company here that processes waste cooking oil and actually puts it back into their vehicles? Yep, that's correct. So Bahamas Waste actually will collect cooking oil. So if you know anyone that has a restaurant, whatnot, they collect, they use cooking oil and they redefine that and they reprocess it into a biodiesel. And basically, it's just one pillar of the whole reduce, reuse, recycle. So they're able to recycle that and, of course, reduce their dependence on fossil fuels because they have to put less diesel into their trucks because they're now mixing that in with, biofuel. You can also go ahead and improve efficiency. So that's where we're looking at reduction once again. You have smaller engines with better gas mileage, which means that you have to visit the fuel pump less often. And you have other different technologies, like GM has a technology called cylinder deactivation, where sometimes your car has a big fuel guzzling V8, sometimes it's a 4-cylinder, depends on what the computer says. We have better route planning. So give me an example of better route planning, if anyone can, because you all have been really, really great answering questions. So better route planning, right in the front row here, shout it out for me. Okay, so he said the shortest route to get where you want to go and not waste too much gas in between. Do we have anyone who can kind of add a little bit to that? Just one more step to what do we do in between? What if I have, 5 different places I want to go? Go ahead, how do I then approach that? Okay, the most efficient route. Okay, and so basically what we're saying there is, if I have 2 things I need to do in Yamacraw, which is all the way east, and I got, another 2 things I need to do in West Ridge and something else down in Clifton Pier. I want to make sure that I can get all of those western stops done together, and I want to make sure I can get all of the eastern stops done together so that I'm not spending all day driving from east to west, to east to west, to east to west, if I can kind of be a little efficient with that, because that's essentially a free way to cut down on your fuel usage. And then we also have smart city planning, which is something that urban planners and developers, government, people who run cities have to take a look into and see how is it that we can make things better. So if I have a residential area here, how can I make it so that people don't have to drive all the way to the other end of the island just to get a can of tuna? Can I put residential here, but also put maybe some light commercial stores here, some retail shops here? We're looking at city planning. We're looking at do I have proper bus routes? Do I have proper provisions for people who want to go ahead and carpool? Also, what about bicycle lanes? Does anyone ride the bike? Does anyone ride their bike anywhere they go? Okay, so I got 1 or 2 hands, people who say they ride their bike, so that's awesome. So, riding your bike is pretty much a zero emissions way. The only thing you can do better than riding a bike is drive an electric car, I suppose, but I think a bike is even better than electric cars. So we'll take a brief look at electric vehicles, and I'm being mindful of time because I want to leave a little bit of time for questions if anyone has it. But I'm just going to briefly go through a couple of those topics that are there. So I have a couple of acronyms. I have ICE, HEV, PHEV, BEV, and FCEV. And those are basically just all the different types of ways that cars can produce their power. So ICE, internal combustion engine, that's basically anything that's powered by that liquid gold that you put into your tank. So diesel, they have gasoline. You also have some of that flex fuel mix that some of the GM vehicles take. We have HEVs, which was the next step after ICE, which is internal combustion engines. So that's your hybrid. So that's like your Toyota Prius, your Honda Insight. So these are vehicles that have a tiny little battery that kind of sort of augments, so add to a little bit of these, your fuel economy. So you kind of get increased fuel economy without necessarily having to worry about plugging in. You have plug-in hybrids, which have a slightly larger battery, but it's the same premise between, it's just a mix between the electric and the internal combustion. BEV, which is battery electric vehicles, which are your 100% electric vehicles, so you plug them in, you unplug them, you drive. So just like a laptop, just like a cell phone, but on wheels. And then finally, you have your fuel cell electric vehicles, which is a pretty brand new technology that uses mostly hydrogen, and they have some kind of electrolysis thing that basically just creates electricity from the splitting of the hydrogen atoms, and the only thing that comes out of the tailpipe is some water vapor. So they have those kind of sort of on trial in some of the more I guess, advanced states in the U.S. like California and Oregon, but the technology hasn't really caught on just yet. So a couple of things about electric vehicles. They're super fun to drive. They have instant torque. So a lot of people think they're just like golf carts, but a lot of the electric cars, especially the more modern ones, they're essentially kind of sort of like sports cars. In fact, I think they're better than sports cars because you hit the pedal and they just go. Lastly, great for power outages. Some models and equipment can actually supply power to your houses, which I had on here. You know, it's great during hurricanes and whatnot, but it turns out that with the way some of the power generation is going, it's good at all times. And then a couple of people have these kind of potential concerns about the chicken and egg paradox as it relates to charging. So somebody tell me what they think that means, chicken and egg paradox as it relates to charging the electric vehicles. Sorry, go ahead, shout it out. Not so much debatable, but think about the whole chicken and egg. People ask which one comes first, the chicken and the egg. So what we're looking at with that is how do we make these cars work without necessarily having to say which one comes first. So do you buy all of these electric cars and then worry about how you recharge them, or do you buy all of these chargers and hope that the electric cars follow? So that's one of the things that, especially here in the Bahamas, that we have to kind of sort of deal with. You also look at the upfront initial cost of these electric cars. I will not lie, they are a little bit more pricey than a comparable vehicle, but of course it's like, you know, solar panels or like any other type of alternate energy source. You do pay more for it up front, but of course, by the time it, you know, after a couple of years, you end up paying for itself in the end. We're looking at grid charging. There's also, you know, a debate that says, if I'm charging my electric car by using BPL, for example, am I still not creating fossil fuels? And the short answer to that is yes, I am still using fossil fuels, but you have to kind of think about it and say, you know, you're looking at economies of scale in terms of how large these generation plants are. Right now, BPL is running, and my car isn't plugged in. When I plug in my car, BPL is still running, so the difference in that is negligible compared to, you know, when you actually turn on the car and look at those tailpipe emissions. I mean, even think about driving behind a jitney. Sometimes you can't even see the road in front of you with all the black smoke that's coming out. Granted, most of that is carbon soot, but a lot of it is also, you know, you got those tailpipe emissions. And then it's also a debate about the battery production, because just like the battery in your cell phone, just like the battery in your laptop, electric car batteries are made out of lithium ion, mostly cobalt. And then you kind of sort of have to look at what happens when you mine those products. But that technology is getting cleaner, as it is with everything else. And of course, it's also the technology to recycle a battery. A lot of the old batteries from cars go back to the manufacturers. They get recycled, put into new batteries. You also end up with actually I lost my train of thought for a quick second there, but that happens from time to time. But anyway, I just want to, we already had a quick overview as to what we do. We're also completely paperless. We're completely cashless. And all of this was in an effort just to try to sort of push this change, push this revolution that you're saying that, okay, we're doing electric cars, you have no emissions, we're fighting to make sure that, you know, we have our smallest carbon footprint as possible. A lot of our customers, I think somewhere upwards of 80 to 90% of our customers are all visiting tourists. So if you're coming here and you're spending all of this money to come to the Bahamas and you want to say, I'm leaving nothing but my footprints in the sand at the beach, you know, this is just another step in that chain to make sure that your carbon footprint is as low as possibly can. Now, I actually have two questions here. So we've driven with all of our cars in the last 5 or so years, 137,000 lifetime miles. Keep in mind, the island is 7 by 21. So that's a lot of miles between our rental fleet, but tallied all of that up. So the question on here says, take a guess at how many gallons of gas we've saved. But I want to throw a funny question out here. How many gallons of gas have we used in 137,000 miles? None. That's correct. So at least you all paying attention. So that's cool. So now that we've known how many that we've used, how many would we have used if we were using regular gas cars? Just take a guess. Throw out a number. A lot. Okay. Okay, for the sake of time, we'll go with a lot. But we've saved 6,200 gallons of gas, and that's compared to a brand new car here that's looking at around 22 miles to the gallon. So if you drive a car that's older, if you drive a car like a big SUV, if you drive something that uses more gas regularly, so let's say you drive a Hummer, or let's say you drive one of those big Chevy Suburbans that they use to shuttle people from the airport, you would use a lot more than that, because this is compared to, of course, a fairly modern and fairly small compact car. And of course, that translates to about 60 tons of carbon dioxide if you just look at just the numbers. I think every gallon of gas has about 404 grams of CO2 in it, so you multiply it out by 6,200. So we're trying to do our part in there. And we'll just take a quick look here as to what, look at time. We're doing a quick look here as to what's happened in the past and the present, and then looking at what we can do in the future. So in the last 5 to 10 years, the duty on electric vehicles has gone down. So it started off as 65% because they were just classified as vehicles. They then went down to 25% as they were classed separately with hybrids. And now we're at 10%. But, there's still more that we can do with that. We can actually, I think they can make them free because they can separate that between hybrids and electrics. Of course, the main benefit between a hybrid and an electric is that an electric car has none of those pesky engine parts that a hybrid has. So a hybrid still has, a traditional gas engine paired with that electrical motor. And of course, you now have to worry about, you still have to do oil changes, you still have to change the spark plugs, you still have to do your fuel filter changes, you still have transmission services. The electric car is just nothing. Nothing, I guess, of that sort, I should say. The only two things we changed in the last 6 years, over 137,000 miles between a fleet of 10 different vehicles or so, we've changed tires, we've changed wiper blades, that's it. So no more going to the mechanic, no more oil changes, none of that. But we're also looking recently, the duty on vehicle accessories, such as the charging stations, has been reduced. So there was a time we brought in charging stations for vehicles, and that used to cost us 65% or 45% because it charged the same as any car accessory, as if you were bringing in a bumper or a transmission. But now the last ones we brought in just a couple of weeks ago, I think we're only about 5%. We're also looking then at some of the things that have happened, duty-free solar system and accessories. So these electric cars go hand in hand with getting solar systems. So if you look at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium where they put in that new solar array, there's fast vehicle charging systems there. And if you can have a car that has zero tailpipe emissions, and if you can have a system to charge those cars that has zero emissions, pretty much you're scot-free. I have a colleague of mine who has 2 solar systems in his house. One is a grid tie system, one is a full independent battery system, and he also has 2 electric cars. He charges his cars in the day when the sun is at its highest, and everything runs off of batteries at night, and BPL pays him. So he gets a credit at the end of each month to say, yeah, you actually gave us some energy. So that's something also that's new, or fairly new, I should say, because there was a time when you couldn't actually link your house to BPL, but that's something that's been developed within the last, I think, 3 to 5 years. So we also said that in the future we could also look at having the duty completely eliminated on electric vehicles, and we can also look at incentives on alternate fuel vehicles and industry at large. So we're looking at things like having cheaper car licensing if your car is electric, preferred parking if you want to go downtown if your car is electric, grants and scholarships. So all of you who are out there who are going to be looking into doing something with the environment, maybe you decide that you want to go into looking at research and development into electric cars, so you want to see how they implement here, or maybe somebody wants to open up some kind of factory here that's going to produce the Bahamas' own electric cars or hydrogen fuel cell cars. So, we need all of these things in place to say how do we then get to that. And of course, there's a lot of different other things, but these are just things that we've seen around the world, and we'd like to see implemented here in London. You don't pay the congestion charge, if you are driving into the city center in an electric car. But everyone else still has to pay. But that's just one of the benefits of having an electric car in some of these other countries. So the last thing here we want to take a look at is basically what will you do? So it's never too early or too late to change habits or to form new habits. So a lot of you are young, so you may not have the same mentality that, I won't be here when the oil run out, or I won't be here when, the earth just turns into a wasteland. And granted, it's still a couple of years out, but you want to look at it. What is it for my children? What is it for my children's children? So these things start now. You can't wait until it's too late. Somebody made a comment that Bahamians are reactive and not proactive. But honestly, I think that's actually humans in general. We wait until something happens to change it. If you watch any documentaries and stuff on things that not even climate change, but just looking at plane crashes or accidents that have happened, they say that safety standards are written in the blood of those who have gone before us. So we always wait until something happens to say we make a change. But this is our opportunity now to say we're going to be able to make some kind of change now. So if you're looking at things that you can do by yourself or things that you can even do as a group, I see everyone sitting out there in these same color shirts, and I see different groups of people. So there are different things that you can do together. So do we do beach cleanups, or do we have a conference put on such as this just to raise awareness and try to get people going and say, okay, what is it that we can do to promote this positive change as it relates to global warming, as it relates to climate change? There's no such thing as an action too small, because small things do add up. So, you can recycle. For those of you who live here on the island, you may be familiar, but New Providence Community Church on Blake Road, they have the recycling center where you can actually bring your plastics. They accept, I think, 1, 2, and 5. If you look on the bottom of your water bottle, there's always a number on the bottom that classifies what type of plastic it is. Bahamas Waste, they have a depot there that lets you kind of sort of give in your cardboard, and they bundle that up and they send that out to the U.S. to be reprocessed. You also have Cans for Kids that collects all of those aluminum cans and reprocesses them and sends them off to be remanufactured and stuff. So these are all small things that you can do. So we already had some people that said they rode a bike. What about carpooling? So how many of you came here today with a friend or with a family and it was more than just you and your parent in the car? 1, 2, 3. Okay, you had a bus. So yes, the bus counts as carpooling. But how about on a regular day? How many of you say, you know something? I live right next door to my neighbor, and the two of us going to the same place. But let's, instead of taking 2 cars, because I mean, how many times, even these are things that I'm guilty of as well. I mean, we go to family, your family gathering, your family reunion for Christmas afternoon, but your mommy ain't ready on time, but you ready to go get your ham. So you say, I can take my car. Now she ready, but your brother ain't ready. So she take her car, and now your brother got to catch a ride with somebody else, and now you got 3 cars from the same household just going to the same place. And, so that's some of the small things that we can always take a look at to see how do we do that. You can drive electric. Make sure your vehicle is serviced on time. How many of you have seen that little yellow light that's on your, maybe not on your car, but maybe on your parents' car dashboard? Yeah, see, no, I shouldn't see any hands, because what that means is that your check engine light, that's called a check engine light, what that means is that something is wrong with the emission system in your car. So whether that's your oxygen sensor, whether that's your mass airflow sensor, your fuel flow sensor, something in that car is not working right, which means that the car is not going to be burning gas as efficiently as it could. So it's going to cost you more when you go to fill up. And if you walk around to the back of your car, it can smell like gas. How many times you turn on your car and you say, geez, you can't even, you're trying to get into the car and you can't even, you choking trying to get into the car. So those are the small things like that. Things like even having a low flow shower head to conserve a little bit of water as well. But that's going to basically wrap it up now, because I think we're due for time as well. So that's going to be my thank you there. And I think we may have time for just 1 or 2 questions. I will also be, I think there's some other networking, something, and I do even do have a car. So if somebody wants to take a look at an electric car, it's going to be parked out front during the networking event, which is in a couple of minutes, I think. So I'll take just a couple of questions until they tell me I can't take any more. So let me go with the young lady first. Okay, great question. So what she had asked, and I'll just repeat it for the benefit of everyone and for those who are on the live stream who may not be able to hear, she asked if there's other ways that we can make other forms of transport more environmentally friendly, and the answer to that is yes. So there is a company, I think in South Florida or maybe it's somewhere else in Europe, I'm not sure, but there's 1 or 2 that are actually working on technology for electric boats. There's companies, in fact DHL I think just partnered with one of these companies that is working on electric planes. Of course the issue that they have is basically it's just technology trying to catch up to the innovation. So batteries are batteries are heavy. So if you put batteries in a boat, you now have to make it work harder to float. If you put batteries in a plane, you have to make it work a lot harder to stay in the air, to fly. So you end up with this whole kind of sort of trying to find the balance between how many batteries can I add that make this plane or this boat, go around the world, but also not enough so that I can't even, carry anything by the time I'm there. And I think the rest of the question, people went over to the mic.
Good evening. My question is, I know you said that most of the people that support your car rental or your green car rental are tourists. Have Bahamians been receptive of your electrical cars, or has there not been that much Bahamians renting electric cars? And do you see Bahamians going all green when it comes to cars?
Yeah, so I think definitely Bahamians are a lot more receptive now. I mean, you've seen people who bring in their own cars, and there's also a dealership that opened that also brings in electric cars, and I'm seeing more and more of them on the road as time goes on. I think the biggest issue with Bahamians may be that initial price point, because of course when you compare buying a car maybe from Japan or buying a used car to the price of maybe buying a brand new electric car, you kind of sort of have to kind of weigh the differences and say, okay, well, is this something I can really afford right now? But I think definitely for those who have the means to do it, they do. And we do have quite a few Bahamians who rent from us as well, mostly more of our long-term customers. I think most people who are just looking for something quick and cheap may go to a different company, as we are priced a little higher than some of the other rental companies as well. But we do have a fair amount of Bahamians that do support the business as well, just because they do like the fact that they get to rent pretty much brand new cars, the fact that they don't have to go to the gas station at all and worry about it. It's also a joy that you don't have to return the car full. I think that's the best part for most people. Everyone knows, heading back to the airport in Miami, geez, we're at a gas station and the flight, you don't late for the flight, you don't get 3 bags, which you wasn't supposed to have, and now you got to look for the gas station, right? So, one extra benefit to that.
Okay, I have 2 questions. One was like similar to Jayan's, but it was saying, I asked, what are some ways you can convince people to switch to using electric cars instead of using cars that use gas?
I think the best way is for people actually to get in the car and drive the car. There's been nobody who's driven an electric car, at least that I know of, at least through us, that has turned around and said, I actually don't think I like this. There's been nobody who said that. I've had return customers from the U.S. who've come back and they said, "Oh yeah, we're back again. And did you know, first time we drove an electric car was down here on our vacation in the Bahamas, and I went back up and we traded in our car and we got ourselves an electric car because we didn't realize that it was this fun to drive. We didn't realize that it was this practical." And I think the average drive that most people do every day is less than 40 miles. New electric cars these days go over 200 miles on a single charge. So you're looking at being able to drive a week or 2, depending on your driving status, without even having to charge. So it's just about getting people to, basically just getting their foot in the door. And this is the same thing with, the iPhone. When the iPhone first launched, people were like, well, why would I want a phone that plays music and has a camera, and I already have a music player, I already have a camera, what do I need all of this for? I'm fine with my little flip phone. But now I'm pretty sure most of you probably have iPhones in here, like that revolutionized the whole smartphone industry. So there will be a time that electric cars are the norm, in the same way that when horse and carriage was the thing and everyone drove one and everyone was completely, people hated the internal combustion car. They said it made too much noise and it scared the horses and it waked everyone up. But now that's just what it is. So give it a little bit of time. And there's also a lot of countries that are actually pushing mandates. So countries in Europe, certain states in the US and Canada, you're looking at mandates by 2035 that or 2030 to have all brand new cars have to be have some form of electrification. So whether that's plug-in hybrid or full electric or hydrogen fuel cell, you're not going to be able to buy a car that's not some form of electrical in it in the next couple of years.
Okay, my second question is, if there are, what are some of the challenges that you face using electrical cars?
Honestly, I have been driving electric for so long now that I don't really have any challenges. But the thing that I think most people may be thinking of at first would be what we call range anxiety, which is where people see that little ticker on the thing that says, okay, you have 100 miles left to drive, you have 50 miles left to drive, you have 20 miles left to drive, and they start getting, oh, can I make it home? Can I make it to the next charging station? But the joy about living on an island that's 7 by 21 is that even the electric cars with the smallest amount of range can make it a couple of times around the island. So once again, I think it's just more so about public education and then letting people know that, this is what the capability of these vehicles are. These are where the charging stations are located. So if you're on the road and you want to get a quick top up, you can do it. Even if you look at, more so just reducing the duty or creating incentives that allow people to get behind the wheels of these cars for a cheaper price, I think that'll get more people starting to drive electric and reduce a lot of those issues that people may, have in their heads about electric cars.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay. Steering Bahamians towards the use of electric cars, it seems to be a good idea for me, but my question is, how reliable are they? Because I know that they are new in terms of transport and in comparison to the usual gas cars that we all use. But my question is, how long can we rely on them?
All right, and that is an excellent question. That is a lot of the questions that people ask when they look at electric cars and any new technology, as you said. Most electric cars have a warranty from the factory about twice that of any gas car. So you're looking at between 8 to 10 years. Most gas cars give you about 3 to 5 years warranty. So if your engine blows up after 5 years, they really don't care. Either buy a new one or get out their face. But electric cars, you're looking at warranty between 8 to 10 years on the battery pack and the motors. And pretty much, I tell people it's a laptop on wheels. Most of the problems you have, or if you have any problems, they can just be diagnosed. I actually have an app on my phone, and there's a Bluetooth dongle that plugs into the car, and it gives me a full status readout of the cars. And if there's any issues, how do I go about addressing them? So when you have a traditional car, you have, I think, something like 13,000 moving parts. So you have all kind of things that can go wrong. I mean, you got your timing chain, you got your camshaft, you got all your pistons. All of these things can go wrong. You have all these different parts inside the engine that can fail pretty much at any given point. But you reduce the number of failure points in an electric car by just having 2 or 3 moving parts compared to the thousands of moving parts on a gas powered car. So in the last 5 to 6 years of renting vehicles, and people typically aren't that easy on rental vehicles, we've had no major mechanical issues, no major faults. So put that into perspective and compare that to think about, have you had any issues, or have your parents had any issues in the last 6 years with their car? How many times did they put in their car for service in the last 6 years? Because most cars, I think, have to get service every, 6 months or so. You got to worry about your oil change and all these other different things. But like I said, in the last 6 years and 137,000 miles, the only services we've done is change the wiper blades and change the tires. So as you're looking at reliability, I'd say they're pretty up to the top there.
Earlier you mentioned something about the chicken and egg paradox, where you can buy a bunch of batteries and hope that the cars follow through. So does that mean there's like different types of batteries and charging stations? And if so, how can I tell if my electric car is compatible?
Yes, so what we really were looking at with that whole paradox is really just in terms of the charging stations as a whole and the electric cars as a whole. But just to answer your question, though, there's one major standard across North America that's called the J1772. So all cars that are sold for North America, so that's US and Canada, have that singular type of plug. And that's for your level 1 charging. For your level 2 charging, it's called a CCS. But most car manufacturers, if they've gone against the grain or if they've decided to put in a different plug, we're looking at you, Tesla. Tesla decided that they didn't like the plug that everyone else was using. They put in their own plug. But they also come with adapters that allow you to use somebody else's charging station. So for the most part, even some of the newer vehicles that we have that were originally designed for use in China, they all come with adapters that allow us to still use the North American standard. So I can still plug them in right at home. I can still plug them in at Fusion. I can still plug them in at Harbor Bay Shopping Center or any of the public charging stations that are dotted around. So even if your car isn't compatible, 2 to 1, you can just buy an adapter for a couple of dollars. And I think we got one last question here, and then I think we have to wrap this up. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Thank you all so much for your time, and it's been a pleasure.
Okay, did we enjoy that presentation? Yes, exactly. I'm trying to figure out where the odds were for this company before I had to go rent that car with emitting all kind of, what it is, CO2 and fossil fuel and all of that. And you know what, as I learned today, that they recycling. How it go, friend? You walking too fast. I got to make sure I'm saying it right. They taking the cooking oil and putting it in the diesel. That's how it go? I can't believe this is be going on. I had zero idea. So I'm learning just as much as you guys today, but we're going to roll right on into the next guest. And he is here, the Honorable Vaughn Peterson Miller. Was born on the island of Eleuthera in the Bahamas. He received his early education at the Wildermere High School and at R.M. Bailey High School in New Providence. On graduating from high school, he attended University of Richmond, Siena College, New York, and Jacksonville Theological Seminary in the United States of America. He has attained bachelor and master's degrees in theology. He's married to Cassandra Miller, and the couple are proud parents of one son, Vaughn Miller Jr. In his professional career, he has served as a parliamentary secretary for the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Renewal. He is a veteran broadcaster, pastor, a former trade unionist, social activist, and the founder and CEO of the motivational organization, the Vision Group Limited. Mr. Miller was first elected on May 10th, 2017 as the Member of Parliament for the Golden Isle constituency in New Providence as Parliamentary Secretary and re-elected September 16th, 2021 and appointed to serve in the Cabinet as the Minister of the Environment and Natural Resources for the Government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Let us give a loud and warm welcome to the Honorable Vaughn Peterson Miller.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Y'all can do better now. Good afternoon, everyone. This light is like right on me, so I don't know how Ms. Pinder did it. But to the one who presides, Ms. Pinder, to Dr. Newbold, Dr. Hamilton, and to the entire team, and to each of you students now. Which family islands are you from? Help me. Take your time, take your time, take your time. Take your time. Take your time. On the front row, right there, which family islands you're from? She told me New Providence is up. I didn't get good. Okay, you're from New Providence? Okay. Where can I start? Okay, right there. Which part of Eleuthera? Which part of North Eleuthera? Okay. Speak up. Say it again. Which island? Meguana. Okay. Uh-huh. Which island? Abaco. And where do I go to next? There? Where? Okay. Is Cat Island in the house? Okay. And then the green. Those persons in New Providence? Okay. It's an honor to be here. I want to commend Dr. Newbold and her team for this, the second annual Bahamas Youth Climate Conference. I remember vividly a year ago, right here in this same place. And as we celebrate our 50th year of independence, environmental issues, especially climate change, are critically important to us to take this time, particularly you all at your age, to discuss on national levels and for us to work together to find solutions to many of the pressing issues we are expected to face as a small island developing state. Ladies and gentlemen, the question, the issue, one of the most pressing challenges that's a hot button topic is climate change. It refers to the long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns on a global scale, primarily caused by things us human beings have done or are doing, particularly like the burning of fossil fuels and deforestation. These activities release what's known as greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, particularly carbon dioxide. They trap heat and they contribute to the warming of our planet. Climate change has far-reaching impacts, as you know, including the rising temperatures, and Lord knows, I don't know if it's your experience, but for so far, this is the hottest summer I've experienced, if not ever, in a long time. Beg your pardon? I don't know how it is on the Family Islands, but here in New Providence, it's a problem. It's a problem. The melting ice caps and the glaciers, sea level rise, extreme weather patterns, the shifts in our ecosystems, and the disruptions to natural resources and human societies. If this present trend continues, the Bahamas you know today, the physical, geographical layout that we enjoy, cherish them, because I'm told by Dr. Newbold and other experts in the next 30 to 50 years, it will be drastically different. Our beautiful country relies heavily on the marine environment, which covers the greatest area of our geographic makeup. Almost our entire population is in close proximity to a coastal zone. And these environments, along with our other natural resources, they provide jobs, they provide food, and recreational services. With all of this being considered, it is safe to surmise that the livelihood of the majority of Bahamians is either directly or indirectly influenced by our local environment. Issues like climate change, invasive species, pollution, and overexploitation of our resources, they all impact our economic and environmental sustainability. However, when we understand that the environment and its resources, that they form the foundation of our prosperity, we are better able to appreciate and to protect this critical pillar of existence. In the Caribbean, climate change is a pressing concern due to the region's vulnerability to its impacts. The Caribbean islands are exposed to risks such as mentioned earlier, rising sea level, coastal erosion, coral bleaching, and intensified hurricanes. How many remember Dorian? These threats directly affect our region's economies, infrastructure, agriculture, tourism, and most of us are primary tourism destinations, and our ecosystems, which depend heavily on the natural environment. Therefore, consequently, our Caribbean countries have recognized the importance of developing a collective response to climate change by focusing on adaptation, mitigation, and resilience building measures. These efforts include, and not limited to, 1, promoting renewable energy. For us in the Bahamas and many of our other countries in the region, a 30-30. Currently, we are under 5% renewable energy. But by 2030, that's in less than 7 years, our goal is to be at a minimum 30% renewable energy. That's aggressive. Also, sustainable land and water management, coastal protection, disaster risk reduction strategies, and the capacity building to cope with the impacts of climate change. A lot of people still don't believe that climate change is real. But I've come to tell you this afternoon, it's real. Scientists agree that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels would help avoid the worst impacts of climate change and maintain a livable planet for humans and other living beings. However, current policies and actions are not enough to achieve this goal, and more ambitious and urgent measures are needed from all countries and all sectors. Climate change is a complex and urgent challenge that requires global cooperation and action. The Bridgetown Initiative is one that assists to embrace the way forward. The world is facing an unprecedented set of events, and that of 3 interconnected crises. Firstly, a cost of living crisis stemming partly from the war in Ukraine and also the COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, a developing country debt crisis following the COVID-19 pandemic and climate-related disasters. And finally, thirdly, the climate crisis as the glaciers melt and storms and droughts will intensify. The situation is compounded by tightening monetary policies in developed countries and a strengthening US dollar. 1 in 5 countries is experiencing fiscal and financial stress. Unaddressed, there will be deepening hardships, debt defaults, widening inequality, political upheaval, and a delayed shift to a low-carbon world. Simply put, doesn't look good. Global leaders are now experienced in managing crises. They know what to do. They have the means necessary and must act now. We cannot be good at rescuing banks, but bad at saving countries. While addressing these immediate needs, we must also lay the path toward a new financial system that drives financial resources towards climate action and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. These goals require the rapid scaling up of investment in the low-carbon transition in the energy, transport, and agricultural sectors to safeguard the 1.5 degrees Celsius target, providing for substantial investment in building climate resilience and sustainability, and critical investments in public health and education. As I close, I encourage you to please remain focused. I encourage you to please pursue as high a level of education as you possibly can. Here at home, in the Bahamas, at UB, and abroad, to wherever you can to attain a higher level of education. The opportunities, the challenges are great, but so are the opportunities. Your career paths in the environment, becoming an environmental scientist, the career path, renewable energy engineer, lawyers who specialize in the environment, ecologists. The career path is wide open. Marine biologists, oceanographers. The career paths wide open. The challenges are great. So are the opportunities. As you would have heard throughout the presentations over the last 2 days, this government is working to not only highlight, but find appropriate solutions to our climate change issues. It's a tremendous challenge for us, and we cannot do it alone. We need the minds of our young people, people like yourselves, to help us. Yesterday, you were given, I understand, a powerful presentation and a quote by Ms. Amber Turner, a young Bahamian master's student studying natural resources and environmental management with a focus on climate change. And she said, and I quote, "The weighty discourse on which our future depends can no longer rest solely in the hands of our leaders. For we are not only victims of climate change, but we are agents of change through activism, through education, and science," end quote. These words reign true. And on this mandate, I would like to encourage you to now stand in the gap as youth, stand in the gap as activists, stand in the gap as scientists and future scientists and agents of change. You all are the persons in the preamble of our Constitution referred to as successors and inheritors. When you go abroad to study, please, hopefully by the time you've completed and you're ready to return home, we have better conditions in terms of to be able to remunerate you, in terms of to be able to accommodate you. We need you to help us to build our capacity. We need you to help us as we seek to transfer knowledge. We need you to help us as we seek to impart the information. We need you to help us as we seek to educate. We need you to help us as we seek that throughout our country, and it's a challenge in our archipelago, from Grand Bahama to Nagua, from Bimini and the Berry Islands to Megona, it's a challenge. And so we need all of you. We need all of your collective minds and your ambitions to come. Join the fight at home. In addition to the other opportunities in this discipline, the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection, and the technical arm of my ministry, responsible for the coordination of the country's climate change regime, we'd be happy to have you join us. This land is my land. This land is your land. This land is made for you and for me. I'm a little ahead on this journey than you all are. And I don't care how hard you try, you're not going to catch me up. I've done my work. I'm doing my work. You have a lot of work to do. I beg you, stay focused. Stay focused. Stay focused. Pursue your goals. This is the same Bahamas that our founding father, Sir Lyndon Oscar Pindling, said that if we are not prepared to stand up and defend our Bahamas, we do not deserve to have it. This is our country. make your contribution to helping us become the best little country on the planet. I thank you.
Okay, we're going to invite all of the students to come on the stage so that we can get a nice group photo with Minister Miller. Not all at once. We do want to use this time to remind you about the registration for the Dubai trip. You want to go on the website. Youth Climate Ready. Yes, I'm going to use this time to remind you about that opportunity to get on that trip to Dubai. So you want to go ahead and register at youthclimateready.gov.bs. Okay, take that real quick note. Your phone in your hand anyhow. youthclimateready.gov.bs. So we are setting up for this photo. Squeeze in. You can get on the next side of the stage as well.
Thank you. Could we have the ambassadors flanking the minister? Thank you, thank you. Sorry, Andres, I'm going to ask you and your colleague there to come back to this side because you guys are a little lopsided. We want to make you some. Okay, any other adjustments for pictures? The 50th Independence Minister of Environment and representatives from the Youth Caucus photo. Don't get scared now. Just got to go in the papers. Awesome. Thank you so much. So guys, we'll also be having the symposium out front, but we also have some rake and scrape music. If you will take your seats before. Thank you so much. So we'll take this time also to just give you guys some information with regards to the competition, so you leave here fully aware. We'll ask one of our colleagues. Ms. Williams, would you take the stage, please? Yeah. And as we see the band coming in, unless you can shake a leg and do some limbo for us, so you can give them some information about the scholarship.
Thank you, Ms. Newbold. Yes, if you are interested in going to Dubai late November, early December, please go to youthclimateready.gov.bs. Fill out the form. You will be asked to write an essay, climate change related. Fill out the form because the deadline is July 28th. If you make it to the second round, you will be asked to do a video. And after that, there will be an interview process. So yes, please go to youthclimateready.gov.bs. If you enjoyed this conference, if you enjoyed the conversation, and you want to continue the conversation and represent the Bahamas on an international level, you know what to do. youthclimateready.gov.bs. Thank you.
Check. All right, so now we're introducing the Music Masters Rake and Scrape Band. Y'all give them a round of applause. Give them some excitement, show them some love.
Anybody from Cat Island? The Cat Island persons. I heard Cat Island. Cat Island. Cat Island. Cat Island. Right well. I can't hear y'all. Say Cat Island. Oh my goodness. What about the Lutra? Any Lutra in the place? Bimini? Any Bimini? Abaco? Andros. The big Andros. Okay, New Providence, let me hear you. New Providence is here. So without further ado, we have the Bahamas Music Masters, young persons who understand the importance of climate change and happy to be a part of this wonderful, excellent conference. This is when we go into Cat Island. The origin of breaking straight in the Bahamas. Breaking straight. 242. The Bahamas Music Masters.
Where they going? I was just coming to shake a leg. They leaving. Anyhow, guys, thank you so much. Can we give them another round of applause? Well, some of you may not know, but last year I did make my debut on live stream with the dancing. I was supposed to be dancer number 3 on this side, but the minister had me up there talking, and I missed my chance. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first National Bahamas Climate Youth Conference in observance, or during the same observance time of our 50th year of independence. As we started out this conference by saying, we can't go back, we can only go forward. So next year, we have to improve on what we've achieved this year, and the year after, the same thing. 2 things I want to leave you with. In this audience is sitting the 2023 for 2025 Youth Ambassador. He or she may be among you. Also sitting in this room are the next set of delegates that will be joining us in the UAE during the COP28 negotiations. I had a chance to speak with one of my friends from the Family Islands this afternoon, and I said to them, listen, climate change is a serious thing, and the Prime Minister are looking for a few good men and women. When we go to these negotiations and we travel to these places and we talk about what is needed to be done to ensure that our people and our planet and our islands have a livelihood, we have to be bold, we have to be fierce, and we have to be confident, because this is truly a dog-eat-dog world. And when things break out, every country for themselves. And that's why it's important for us to be sustainable in all the things that we do. And that includes the education and knowledge and sharing capacity that is allowed to build up and empower our youth. You guys, somebody could be standing here in a few years doing what I'm doing. Somebody, because it isn't going to be me. I'm going on a retirement vacation soon, so somebody's going to have to take the reins. But I want to thank you all. Note that we are here to help and support you. You can find us at the Office of the Prime Minister. You know our names, Rochelle Newbold at bahamas.gov.bs. You can call us and find out about the Climate Change Environmental Unit and get any information that you need where we can assist you. And if you're really, really smart, you'll jump on that Climate Youth Ready website and sign up to go to COP, and that way we will know you, because we will be spending some good old days with you during those negotiation process. So now we have as our final offering the symposium that's occurring downstairs in the main foyer, where a lot of the NGOs and the innovative technology companies are here to talk to you about some other things, and you have the ability to engage with them one-on-one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for traveling. Go ahead.
Okay, so we just wanted to take this opportunity before we break for the symposium to thank our dynamic speaker. Give her a round of applause, our MC, Ms. Pinder. Thanks so much. Thanks to our speakers as well. The dynamic band, give them another round of applause. Our AV support, thank the guys in the back who made sure everything was on point. Oh yes, our special guest, Alyssa, are you still here from Barbados? Okay, I don't know if she's, yes. Thank you for coming down and sharing with us. All of our chaperones and students, thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you all next year. Please take this opportunity to check out the symposium and see what opportunities they have for you as well. Thank you.
Down in London, Bicycle Hill, there was a lady. she fat, just 'cause she fat. She whine